have your clipping fingers ready when I gift her trash. I can't just gift you to Shella, Violet. Well, fine. I'll gift myself then. Hi, bestie.
Hi. How are you?
I am lovely. How are you? Happy Eclipse Day.
Happy Eclipse Day. Did you get to see it at all?
It's still coming towards Boston right now. We're not supposed to be getting it till like between now and 4 p.m., but it's cloudy. And we're only getting like 97% totality. So it's not like the full thing. What about y'all? Did you get it?
No, in Minnesota it's also cloudy and we're like
oh my gosh.
further off the path. So it only would have been like I think we would have gotten like a half eclipse, but yeah, it's too cloudy to see it today.
Too cloudy.
So.
Yeah. Some of my friends in Texas were already posting pictures that like they could see it between the clouds. I was like, oh my God, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I have a couple mods in Texas and my mom was like spamming. She actually sent me, I have to send you this photo. She sent me a picture of her eclipse snacks and it floored me. I was like, you're literally the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Was it like sun chips?
Yes, that was one of them.
I love that.
Look. I'm sending it to you right now.
Okay.
I was just like, Mom, you're so cute.
She's adorable. Eclipse gum. She's got a moon pie and she's got Capri Sun. I love her. She is so cute.
And her glass of wine. That's like I'm like, you go, girl. You go, girl. Have fun.
She's living her best Eclipse life, baby.
She really is. She really is.
I love that.
Right, should I, so there were a couple updates since I sent you my mod folder, but I didn't update anything.
Okay, so we should be fine.
So we should be okay.
Yeah.
But if we're not okay, we probably should just update. There are like 2 things. So
that's fine.
We'll try it without it first.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, I'm hosting.
75%.
Let me make sure I'm
cool.
online. Okay, I am.
Where does that? Is it more like just like a crescent? What does my shirt say? It says read. Get to reading, Lux. Get to reading. I still got nothing.
All right.
Thanks for the follows. Here. All right, I'm refreshing.
Sounds good.
Co-op. Ignore this. Are you online?
I should be. Let me try going offline and then online again.
Okay.
I don't see you.
Oh, maybe it's... Oh, I think it was me. I think it was me all along.
Violet? Are you online?
Now I'm online.
Okay, that's what I thought.
There we are. All right, I'm connecting. It was like a down-facing crescent. It was pretty cool. That still seems really awesome to see. I might need to move my camera again, y'all. I don't know where this is going to hit. We really got to focus on mining today. But remember, Mayo, gifting Shella trash. I have to do that right away. All right, let me move my camera.
Hello. Okay, we're in.
Greetings, we're in.
We're in. Oh, also, just so your chat knows, I got a couple more mods. One of them being a overlay mod is what it's called, I think, where it like changes the.
Oh my God, you did! I didn't even go through it and ask. I was just like, yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll see what you put in on Monday.
Yeah, so if it looks a little different, that's why I jumped off the deep end.
Shella, I love this one. This is
Isn't it
so
pretty?
nice.
I like it a lot.
It's so aesthetically pleasing and not as bright yellow anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So I'm glad you also like it.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
You like the wallpaper? And if y'all want any of Shella's updated mods, this is where you can get Shella's mods from. Okay, I've got Mayo on me. Can't eat those. Okay, I've got three jars of Mayo. Okay, now I have to gift Shella trash. All right, chat. Are we ready? Hey, I have a present for you from me and chat.
Oh God, what is it this time? Is that trash?
Yeah. You love it.
I can't believe I gave you a heart for that.
I loved it too.
Oh my gosh. Also, I'm putting a bone sword in the chest, which I think is probably
what level is that?
It's a level 5 sword, but I got a better one, so you can have my hand-me-down.
Can I use that even if I'm not at that level, or that doesn't matter? Okay.
Yeah, your combat level doesn't
Oh, cool. Because we gotta work on my mining today. Because I'm at a whopping level 0. And my combat's also at level 0.
Yeah, you should go mining today, Violet.
I think I should too. Yeah.
That's a good
Let me
idea.
help you water. Where is my can? Oh, actually, let me take care of our chickies. Fire Opal, thank you for the, good luck. Oh, our other melons are ready as well.
You have other melons?
Yeah, I put 2 seeds randomly on the side. Do you remember why I did that?
No.
I don't either.
I don't remember why you did that.
Okay. You have other melons?
You have secret melons?
I have secret melons, yes.
I thought we told each other everything.
Well, apparently, past Violet said, I'm going to keep a secret from you.
I can't believe you.
I can't believe me either. Jack, can you believe it? Somebody say clip that. Don't you dare. Secret melons, is that what the kids call it these days? Absolutely. Absolutely. You better believe it. Golden, thank you. I'm so sorry for the things that you have to witness. I like how we got that last one together.
You know what they say.
Friends who water together stay roommates.
Yes. That's the one.
It's the immeasurable disappointment in your voice that truly gets me every time.
Speaking of immeasurable disappointment, I'm gonna go upgrade. I feel like I should go upgrade my watering can right now. So
do it.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
I don't think we've upgraded like. No, I have a copper pickaxe. Do you have any copper tools?
I have a copper pickaxe, but I think that's all we did together.
Yeah. I feel like we deserve a little bit more efficient moisture.
I like that.
Yeah.
And then we can do that weird squat hop.
Oh my god, yeah, we can twerk!
We can twerk while we do our yard work.
Wow, that was beautiful.
Thank you. Thanks for the follows! Alright, what floor are we on? 80. What texture mod is this? Shella has it updated for you. I have no idea, sweetheart. These are all Shella's stuff. Oh, I don't want the claymore. Okay, I'm gonna end up selling that.
Oh my god!
What is happening?
I just got the trash catalog!
You did?!
I haven't even gotten that in my solo save! See, this is what I'm talking about! Why am I luckier when I'm on saves that aren't my main save?
I love this for you, though!
I'm so excited. I'm gonna bring it home and we can browse the trash catalog.
Okay, because I haven't even gotten that in my solo save either.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Tony's mad. I'm yelling too much.
Who's taking clips of my secret melons for the world to see? I don't like these areas. These are scary. Chat, this is scary. Thank you for the follows. You're amazing. Eclipse time. Enjoy! Oh my god, have fun. Protect your peepers. Jeepers, creepers. Where'd you get those peepers? Oh my god. Well, I clearly want to get some gold while we're over here before we move down a level. I think I finally upgraded. I think I finally got a mining level, which is great. Because I would really like that. Thank. Not so secret anymore. Well, because y'all found out what I wasn't supposed to have you find out. Personally. Thank you for all the lurks, by the way. Enjoy, you beautiful people. I want to get at least to floor 85, but, I mean, we've already got a staircase here. So, there's so much gold. I'm going to take all this gold before we leave. We can get some nice upgrading done. I mean, it's towards the end of the season. I feel like we could do... And oh god, we gotta leave. I feel like I could do another watering can upgrade, because I think that's what Shella was doing anyway. Damn, I'm almost full. Y'all, I'm almost full. Fuck off, you little critter. So many people are so much smoother than I am when it comes to, like, using their scroll wheel button to move in between their tools and stuff, but I always still manually click. Like, I don't know how to do it. So many other people they're so much faster than me. We're fresh loving. Oh, we're trash loving weirdos. I thought you said we're fresh loving weirdos, and I was like, well, I don't know if we're that fresh. Like, I put on deodorant today, but I might have missed a spot. Open for something good in these barrels. Oh, this is my first mystery box. Oh my god. All right, hold on. This is my first mystery box. So, like, do I just open it? Chat, what do I do? Oh, a blacksmith opens it. Oh my god, amazing. I'm gonna leave. I'm way too full up right now. I'm gonna go home. Subway, eat trash. It's easier with the scroll wheel. You're not smooth with it either. When you organize your tools differently. Okay. So you're saying that my inventory sim is not inventorying correctly. At least the trash gift to Shella won't hurt so bad now. It's true. It was like, it was a premonition. It was truly a premonition of things to come. Is this a mod, or do we normally have squirrels in the game now? I think Shella added some sort of critter mod, but... Is this a mod? Is that a bunny? Is that a burb? Are you friend? It's friend! Possum, you're in the game! There are possums here! That's gotta be a mod, right? She added a critter mod. Okay, okay. I was like, oh my god, it's so cute. Squirrels are normal, but usually they just run away immediately. Okay. I am now the animal whisperer. Did you set up an entire area dedicated to the trash?
Violet.
What is this? Whose shorts are here? Okay, yes.
Look,
yes, I'm focusing.
I got naked. But also, look at this trash catalog. You can get anything for free.
It's free?
It's free.
Shella, oh god, but hold on. Let me put stuff away because my pockets are too full.
Okay, I'm gonna go try to catch a bass. Surprise me.
I want to put out a plastic bag and then start singing to Shella when she returns, okay? This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do together, chat. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag when you are a bag? Because you are a bag. Do you? Oh, shit. Do you? Some bones in there. Where can I put my carrot?
Violet.
Yes?
My chat has opened my eyes to what actually just happened.
What happened?
It was the gift of trash.
That's what I was saying that to chat. I was like, I think I felt a premonition when I gifted that to you.
You are literally so powerful.
I didn't even know my own power.
You should really, like, you can make things happen. You're that powerful.
I should really play the lottery today. Too bad there's not a lottery in Stardew Valley.
It's the day of the eclipse. You're at your all-time power high.
That's true.
Use it.
Hi, Lilac. Hi, Allie. That song came on the radio and your 8-year-old said sometimes. Okay, so we already have a plastic bag here, but I'm going to put another one. And then I'm going to put a wrapper there. Just a little wraparound. And then... It's awful! I hate it. Let's put something else here. Oh, I love a moldy couch. Shellick and I can sit here and like contemplate life. That sounds lovely. That sounds very good. I still need to put some of this in here. The Adventurers Guild will probably still be open now, right? I wanted to sell this damn little sword, the Claymore. Oh my god, I still don't have a glow ring either. Thanks for the lurks, pals. Yeah, that's where the mods for this farm are. They're all Shella's mods, and what she does is she sends me over a zip folder, and then I install them on my computers to ensure that we can co-stream this together without any problems, like our second time doing it. But I have no idea what they are. I just
How did you find me?
I said, where does Shella yearn for? And I said, ah, yes, towards the mines.
You're so right. Also, it's almost bedtime, though. Where are you going?
I wanted to go to the Adventurers Guild.
Oh.
And sell something I got. Oh my god, he's not even here. All right, I'm coming back.
It's too late. You have to go before midnight.
Oh, it's before midnight. Okay.
Yeah.
The disrespect.
I know.
Martin, thank you for the lurk. Actually, no, wait. You said you were a bot. Thanks for being a bot. Hi, friend. Hey, hi, hello. Gotta go. Knees to chest, girl. Stop getting stuck on things. I know you're tired. Come on. Come on, quickly. Quickly, follow the path. There's still possums over here. Oh, yeah, we definitely need to make some spranklers. Some spranklers. I'm back. I added another plastic bag.
It's beautiful.
And the plastic rings that the dinos hate.
Yeah.
Dinos? Nope. Dolphins. Wow.
Sea turtles.
Sea turtles. I got level 1 mining in combat. Finally.
Oh my god, I'm so proud of you.
She's growing.
She is growing.
You need possums in Stardew Valley? Yeah. It's so good. They're really cute. I had a really cute Studio Ghibli one, but... Oh! Clunt. Hi. Bye. New journal entry. I don't want to make another one, so... Craft a furnace. No, you. To the bottom? Yeah, that's fine. Introduction. Who is the one person that I'm missing? This is absolutely bananas ridiculous.
Our farm is a mess.
Is it the trash that we've put out, or?
It's us.
It's us, okay. What were you upgrading? Did you upgrade your watering can?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
if you want to check in on the, that's fine. If you want to check in on the chickens, I'll do the watering.
Okay.
Not watered? Y'all, I literally am the worst because I cannot tell when things have been watered or not. I'm front desk for 2 offices. I know, weird, right? They're like, hey, they didn't answer. Okay, they're busy. What do you want from me? Yeah! What do they want from you? Tell them to go pound sand. Tell them to go farm my crops. I'm mad for you. Plastic is made out of dinos, so they might hate the plastic rings. That's very true. Aren't we also technically made out of dinos? How's that work? Doc, explain dino matter to us. She's growing, she's thriving. She's adding moldy couches to everything. Oh, hey, did you know if you do an upgrade to your house where you have the kitchen, you can actually refill your watering can in the kitchen, in the sink? Just a little fun fact. I found that out yesterday from TikTok. I was like, oh my God, bless you for somebody telling me. I would not have known otherwise. I feel like so many people are faster than I am when it comes to watering in Stardew. I'm like the worst. Okay, good. Doc, you are here. When you do that under the right circumstances, like heat and pressure, then your day becomes oil. Your day becomes oil? You decompress. Right. I missed a corn. Did I grab it? Was it the rogue corn? This one, right? Yeah, I got it. Plastic is a petroleum product. They're organic, decayed organic matter. Or is that sarcasm? I miss sarcasm a lot. Listen, you could tell me that the moon is made of cheese and I'd be like, yeah, it is. I'm so gullible for these conversations. Like, I believe you. I personally believe you. So, what are we gonna do about that information, Okay, what can I upgrade that will have no bearing towards me? Oh, crap. 3? We need way more. Did we upgrade our axes? We got one that's upgraded. I'll upgrade the second axe. Where am I? Coal? Oh, crap. You're right. You're so right, game. You're so... in the wrong place. Yes. You're so right. We're supposed to say fat. Oh, I understood what you were saying. The clouds block the sun at the time of the eclipse for you. Oh my God. It must be time for us. It's super dark out. Don't mind if I check for a second? I'm not going to look up at the sun, but I just want to see if it's time. It's so dark out. What time is it? Did it happen? Did you see it? It's happening right now? Yeah, we're at 97%. It's dark. Kip is like, it's so cool. It's so cool. You can pee. Just don't look at it directly. Okay. But like, is it going to be on this side or is it behind us? Oh, so it's not going to just be out my window. Okay. Set up. Okay. Hi, Charlotte. Hi, Charlotte. Cool. Yeah, so it's setting up or it's happening right now. Kip is going to do the pinhole technique. Your automod is hilarious. I got automated for using the word invasion when talking about fighting aliens. Really? I don't know why. We did have to make our terms a little bit stricter because of being on the women's shelf for the next year. That must have been it, but I don't know why invasion would be. You know what? I'm sorry, Dawn. In this chat, you can't talk about alien invasions. All right? It's simply a sore subject for me as a previous alien. My home planet of JarJarBinks.com doesn't take kindly to this. I have no idea why it's there. Yeah. But I still don't know why we have invasion. I love how, like, that doesn't make any sense to me. But at the same time, we'll have to permit some phrases that just, like, go through. Like, what was the one that Jamie had a hard time where everybody was getting flagged for one? It was like nipples 69 or 69 nipples, something like that. It was so funny. And we had the same issue. Yeah. Oh, I know. It can get ridiculous. 69, that's it. That's it. The 69 nipples. What up, Clunt? I want you to process this stuff for me. This is my first time ever opening up the mystery package, so let's see what's inside. Oh, I got a warp totem to the beach. Let's go to the beach. Let's go get away. They say what they're gonna say. All right, Clunt. I want you to upgrade this copper axe. Okay. And I don't know, did we already... Oh, I do. I have a new one for the museum. Nicki Minaj. Donate. What's up, Thumper? Welcome on in. I think Shella's trying to set this up by color, and I feel like I'm gonna mess it up. So I'm gonna put it over here. And I'm gonna hope that she's okay with it. Please be okay with it. Got so dark the streetlights turned on. Yo, that's so cool. Can I get some Clunt in the chat? Just some mighty fine Clunt. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
You know what? I can explain. I didn't even know he was there. He's just a background character. I'm the main character.
It's okay. Alex smells bad.
Yeah, he does. Oh, also, I upgraded our second axe.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I think that's all I needed to tell you. Yeah. Kaluncha.
Okay. Sick.
Maya, have a great day at work. We'll see you tomorrow. Give all the good babies some pats from us. I like the emphasis on that, Allie. Clunch. That is clutch. Clunt is clutch. Okay, hey, can I sell some things to you now, man? Can I? Are you gonna make this difficult for us? Do we have a barn? The trick with digging in the trash at Alex's house... Karita, how are you doing? If he's out, stand behind it, between the trash can and the tree, and you won't be caught digging. Oh, that's brilliant. I never would have thought to do it that way. But that makes total sense. Pam horse? You want the Pam horse mod? Can you at least wait until we get a horse? I had that mod for Surprise Stardew Valley mods last year where Pam hides in the selling bin. I wasn't expecting it. And just to sell something and see her poke out was terrifying. Truly and honestly terrifying. Like, don't recommend it. It can be scary. Where were we putting the warp totems? Oh my God, everybody is texting me right now. And my phone! Hold, please. Mika, thank you so much for the resub, courtesy of Bear Witch. I appreciate that. Thanks for being so sweet. Mika, make sure you fill out the PP form. Even though you got a gifted sub, that still counts, babe. Make sure you fill out the PP form. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Oh my God. Is it my family? It's my family. Oh, my nephew got full totality in Burlington, Vermont. And they canceled class for it. Wow. I gotta share these. Remind me to send you the photos that my nephew took. This is insane. Oh, that's cool. I'll share them later in the Discord. Being a gifted sub counts? Yeah, absolutely. Oh my God. She went to bed so early. I don't... Where are the totems? I don't know where to put the totem. Where would you, if you were me, where would you put a totem? I'm gonna put it in here, and we're gonna pretend that I didn't, okay? Those are flowers. Where? Okay, good. Good. All right, now we can go to bed. Hi, Diallos. How's it going? Just gonna scooch in right here. I'm glad Shella's making up like the bulk of our money right now, because all I did yesterday was water, sell things, and then try and put things away, and it took me the entire day. Good. We're making fantastic progress on this farm. It's Thursday. I want to change this. What else can I type in here? It's the blank stare. You're so good at that in video games.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad that you can feel it.
Truly. It was cloudy, but still cool. I'm glad that you were even able to get a chance. That's awesome. Wow, it's gotten so dark by us right now. I can't get over it. We've got 3 more days left in this month. I'm kind of concerned for the potential fish that we didn't catch, but I guess it's fine. We don't need to complete the community center in year 1. We don't need to. Can y'all remind me again when the traveling merchant comes in? I am literally so forgetful without my UI info suite mod. It's Fridays and Sundays, right? If I have that correct. Pierre's is closed on Wednesdays. Traveling merchant comes Friday and Sunday. I think? Friday and Sunday. Thank you so much, Martin. Okay. I get so thrown off. Oh my god! Sirazda, you are brilliant. Merchant. Okay, so repeat. Wait, only on Fridays and Sundays. Cool! Y'all are absolutely amazing. Now I won't forget. I haven't really been adding to that list. Shella's been using it primarily, but I think it'll be helpful to have us remember. Because I think Shella's been forgetting too. Or maybe it's just been me. You're doing a 999 challenge, I better. Yeah. You're gonna need a little bit of everything. Am I right or am I right? Martin, if I were to ask you, right, with the 999 challenge, if I was like, hey, where's Shane at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, would you be able to know where he is? This is a joke. I just want to know if you have limits. That's a reminder for 26 just to sort my sub because I hate mobile. Oh my god, do it! Do it, but also no pressure, but also do it! Okay. We don't have a barn yet, and I feel like we should probably have a barn. How do you feel about us building a barn?
Slay.
Okay. Chat, what
do
do
we
I
have the stuff for it?
That's what I wanted to check right now.
Okay. I've been focusing on, because it's almost the end of summer, I'm doing a lot of fishing to make sure we get the summer fish.
Got you.
And I want us to have sprinklers too.
Yes.
For the next season, because we're struggling.
What do we need for that? Do we need ore? Do we need specific ore? Like, because I can always go into the mine.
Well, first I need to level up. We can't even make them yet.
Okay.
At least I never make the first sprinklers. I feel like they're a waste of time. I make the quality
Oh,
ones.
yeah, absolutely. The first ones,
Yeah.
I mean, the radius is so small.
Yeah, it's like, what's the point even?
Hey, thanks for the lurk. 287. We need 350 wood, and we definitely have enough stone. So I just need some more wood. Wood. We should be good to go. Hopefully Shell doesn't mind me just breaking all these down. Thanks, Deloria! I appreciate that. I ended up pulling up the Stardew Valley wiki on my other screen. I was like, you silly human, you think that you can play Stardew Valley without having the wiki up every single time. And like clockwork, I can't. Likely Jojamart? So you can? You're a legend. It's mostly a rhetorical question, but I couldn't resist. I mean, it was kind of, but also I'm still impressed the fact that you knew. Where are we at? 352. I need a 350. Let's, for good measure, cut down like 2 more trees because I don't want to leave us without any wood. That would be awful. Oh, yeah, that's fine. SMG, that's so fine. That's literally perfect. That's literally perfect. You did good. You did good, kid. Are these not supposed to go in here? Where would you consider this? Seeds, maybe? Yeah. Now we're putting... Where are we putting sap? And moss. Okay. 2 robins. Dragon, you're amazing. How was your weekend, sweetheart? Did you have a nice weekend? Chat, you are precious and loved. Damn right. Damn right they are. Get loved on, chat. Aggressively. Joke's on you. For being awesome. What up, Susan? Hi, Robin. I would like to build a barn, please. 1 barn. 1 barn for us. Barn, please, barn. I don't know where to put this. Like for the time being. We could just put it over here and then we could move it later. Now let's put it there. Yay! Barn, 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 barn. Was it, Riley? Even through the clouds? That's awesome. I'm so happy for all y'all that are seeing it. Weekend was okay. You just got to see a sliver of the eclipse for a second while the clouds broke, and that made you very happy. Awesome. Hi, B. How are you doing, beautiful? Good to see you. B, have you seen anything about the eclipse today? Like, are you in the path at all? I was telling chat, in Boston, we are under 97% totality, but it's super cloudy here. But my spouse was just outside, and they're like, oh my god, I was able to see some of it, and they loved it, and they thought it was really cool. I love seeing other people happy, y'all. Even if it's not my thing, seeing people be passionate about something, that gets me going. I don't know about y'all, but that gets me going. So if Shella's working on a bunch of stuff, let's do some gold bars and a bunch of silver ones so that we can help. Well, I'll stay here for a bit. I'll be the barmaid, get it? You're outside the path, but you saw a bit of it. Yay! Yeah, Kip was taking Kubu out. Kubu or Charlotte? And they were like, oh my God, it's so cool. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God, know you. It was fun. Did you do it through the keyhole projector thing that you were talking about? 100%. Hi, Lizzie. Because it was too cloudy. Oh my God. But it was pitch black at one point. It's definitely a glimmer. Yeah. Like, listen, I'm not trying to be like, oh my God, don't be excited about today. I'm just not particularly like, I think it's cool. I understand the significance of today. But I'm also in that same vein, not like gonna cry because I missed it. It's like, okay, that's really cool. It's not a huge, big deal to me, but I understand it's a big deal. With that being said, I love seeing people happy over something like this. Science is freaking cool. The universe is cool. And if you were able to see it today in any aspect of it, I hope that you had a beautiful time. Truly and honestly. Like, this is dope. It's dope. Yeah, just enjoy it. Yeah. You're in Washington State. There isn't really anything for you to miss over there. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to assume it's also nice and cloudy for you. Just a hunch. You're an astronomy nerd. Were you watching the NASA broadcast? I didn't know that they even had a Twitch channel until today. And apparently I missed Snoopy being on there. Hi, Vale. It was cool. You were at about 90%. That's awesome. Cloudy, you're in Washington? Never. Martin, you gave it away. You gave it away. You couldn't even see the eclipse. But listen, don't worry. I'm sure if Forks, Washington has a lot of other things going on for it. Because that's where you live, right? Forks, Washington? With the Cullens are there? No? Okay. Your mom was excited and you were happy to spend it with her. I prefer finding small things like rocks with perfect holes to see through. That's so cool. Really? Was it cloudy for you? Oh my God, my phone is blowing up from my family. Oh, Faye, that's dope. Oh, the crescent shape. So you had clouds too. That middle photo that you sent is wild. That is so cool. That is so cool. There's no other place in Washington other than Forks. Love that, Riley. Something she chooses Edwards. Eclipse spoilers. Lauren, please. Seattle, fun fact, I'd been through Forks before knowing about Twilight. Is it like what we saw in Twilight? Right, Dragon? I've been living under a rock. Apparently loving NASA's in a pile of bisexual traits I tick off per TikTok. Oh my God, really? I don't like space, but I like NASA. And that's not to say I don't like space or I don't believe in it. It just makes me anxious. So I try not to pay like too much attention, you know? Like just a little bit of attention. Eclipse stuff is fine. Everything else, well. I want to stay in Bella's house so bad. I want to go to the diner so bad. I want to get a veggie burger, and I want to use that ketchup in the way that she does, which really is not at all, but she keeps shaking it. You know what I'm talking about? I want to go to the baseball field. You caught me under false pretenses. How long before you let me know? Ooh, you set my soul alive. Grape juice melting in the dead of... No, I'm sorry. I was just getting into it. That's gonna be my earworm now. That's it. The diner. You did see Edward come out from his grave, rise into the air, and choose Bella. Eclipse was right. Well, you've once again proven to be right. I wanna get some more done. Why is this taking so long? Sorry for taking Aura into the bedroom. Oh, a squash.
It's okay. I like to keep it interesting.
No, don't be sorry. Your copper axe is ready. Okay. Oh, it's raining today. Good. All right, all right. Okay, copper axe. Well, we have to go and see him anyway. I think I need a pluck. Oh, I think our hops are ready. Oh, yes! Queen! Oh my god, look at all these bloobs! It still makes me laugh to see, like, the underwear there, y'all. Okay, no. I clearly did not ask for that. So is Shella selling everything else? I am just going to keep putting everything in there for Shella to choose from. I love the sound for harvesting blueberries. Yeah, I like that thwack, though. How I sound in the morning time. Nice blueberries. Thank you for noticing. I grew them myself. The boob berries. Love a good boob berry. So, question. The traveling merchant's still on the same side, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I should ask Shella if we're missing anything in particular. Salmon stuffing. I have a name. Ghost fish. Do we need a ghost fish?
No, we do not.
Okay. Bullhead bream. A red fez. For 8K? Maybe I'll visit the Hat Mouse today. Wonder if we need pickles. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome to the chaos. I want to get Shella an actual gift because the last 2 times we played together, I've only gifted her trash and heartache. Is that... I don't know where I should be going to the Hat Mouse. Hat Mouse! Oh, down around here. Okay. Some kids say boobies. I guess blueberries is hard. Blue... Booby. Blue. It's the L. It's the L into the O with the vowel sound. I can see that. One of my friends growing up couldn't say birthday. They only said birthday. Is that a bottle? Hello, mouse. We meet again. Good old cap, a lucky bow. The governor's hat? Should I get myself and Shella the governor's hat, or is she going to kill me for spending 10,000? Maybe lucky bow? Hi.
Hello?
If I were to purchase something, would you rather me purchase something for 4K or 10K?
What does that even mean?
I'm buying gifts for us.
Well, it's getting close to fall, so we should save some money for seeds.
That's very true.
So I don't know. It's up to you.
I feel like I could get 2K back, y'all. Take it back now, y'all. Do you think I can make 2K? Bows it is. Okay. Can I not get a second one? Okay. All right, we got the bows. We got them. I have no idea where I am or where Shella went. Where's Shella? Shella's like literally above me. But I can't go around. All right, we got the bows. Let me make sure it actually looks good. I'm going to be so upset if it doesn't. Oh my god, I'm adorable. Look at my little green bow while I'm walking in the rainstorm. I feel like Minnie Mouse. I'm so cute. I am so cute. Look over at me. We are so cute. Soon Shella will see. Hi.
Hey. I just feel you breathing on my neck. What is it?
Oh, can I not gift it to you? Oh. Oh. Well, here, take this as my gift, but the actual gift will be back at the farm.
Oh. How mysterious of you, Violet.
Chat, she thinks I'm mysterious. This is great. This is my plan all along. I love how Shella is busy fishing for us, and I'm like, la la la, let's buy things with the money that you are making today. Oh, we switch seasons in 2 days. That's okay. That's no big deal. La la la. Thanks for the follows. I'm gonna put it here. Oh, this is where we were putting the warp totems. Oh my god. Oh my god. Robin, you better get your act together. It's fine. This is fine. Don't worry about it. Where did I put the totem before? Yeah, over here. I didn't even know that was an option to put it over here. I'm gonna take the fishing rod. I think Shella upgraded her tool. I'm gonna put my other hat away, too. She gets back. It's even more trash. How tragic. Chat. Y'all are loafing again. You're being loafers. I'm going to go up to the mountain and fish because I don't think I have enough time to go over to the beach area. Not until we get the mine carts done with Stardew Valley expanded. There's so much walking. Oh, I got a grape. Ah. So I don't know if I mentioned this to y'all, but I started that really tough flower challenge in another Stardew save on Friday? Saturday? It's fun so far, but oh my god, is it challenging. So I decided that I can only make money from honey and flowers, which is what was originally in the rules. But I changed it up from only being able to gift villagers honey and flowers because that's just way too hard. So I'm able to gift them anything, but I can only sell honey and flowers. And I'm allowing myself to plant regular mixed seeds as well. Is that I can make those into the seasonal seeds and sell them. Why does it keep doing this to me? Am I not clicking fast enough? I have this problem all the time. Come on, fish. Bite. Oh, finally. Maybe I should try this on controller when I'm fishing. Oh, it feels so much better in my hands. Y'all, we are 1 sub away from doing another wheel spin. We could do another Stardew Valley one if y'all want, but if not, it is totally cool. No pressure. You little gremlins. Hello, governor. You couldn't say yellow as a little kid. You said yayo. Yayo? I love that, though. Oh my god, I got a chub just like Shella. I feel so connected to her. Damn. It's better, but my timing is still off. You're a bullhead. I love the sound of the rain in Stardew. It's so comfortable. Dragon's like, yeah, I know you are, but what am I? It's fine. This is fine. I wouldn't worry about it, at least for too long. How many days does it take Robin to build the barn? 2 days. Okay. So she started yesterday, so she should be done by tomorrow, right? Or the day after? I didn't pick up our axe! I gotta put that down on the to-do list. Let me put that down right now before I forget. Clunt axe. Okay. Then at least I won't forget to do that in the morning time. And I think Shella's watering can should be done as well. So I might want to look into upgrading mine, but we also need money for seeds, so maybe I'll hold off. I think I should probably hold off, because I just spent 4K on hats. Listen, it was something that we needed, and I will not be told otherwise. Like, it's clearly a want and a need. I wonder if you can change the bow color.
Violet, I'm back at the farm.
Oh, it's in the chest by the door. The one with the totems in it.
Oh. A lucky bow.
Do you like it? I fished the rest of the day so I could make up the money.
Aw, thanks. I love it.
We're like little Minnie Mouses.
Yeah, we're like twins. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're like, we have to be responsible. The season is changing. And I'm like, okay, but fashion.
So true, so true.
It's called fashion, sweaty. Look it up. I'm trying to turn this off so my desk doesn't vibrate. Okay, cool. Ah! Don't you tell me when I'm disconnected. I wonder if we can make any seed bundles, because that could get us even more money.
Hey, Violet.
Uh-huh.
I have something for you when you come home.
Okay. I'm very excited. Are these the ones? I think I still need something else. That's the wild seeds there. But those are from the springtime. Did I not get the wild seeds for summer? Really? Well, that's silly. What did you do?
I was wondering if you would like to accept this proposal. I mean, ring.
You got me a glow ring! Oh my god, I was dying for this. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I can see.
Now you can see.
Oh my god.
You're so welcome.
You just showed me the world.
Shining, shimmering.
Another word. I don't know the last word.
Nice work.
Thanks. Good teamwork. Also, that bow with your ears is so adorable. Oh, SMG, thank you.
It really is.
Oh my god, look at us.
I feel like the bookseller's a scam.
I do too.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Page. Literally, haha, funny.
No.
Books, haha.
The one monologue of Meryl Streep from Devil Wears Prada. With the cerulean blue? Is that the one you're thinking of? Why am I going over here? It's so good. It's so iconic. Icon behavior. I can't tell if Shell already watered over here or not. I don't think she did. Love that squat action.
You like what you see? I'll show you some yams, and it's not even winter.
Woo! Is this a grocery store or are you just watering my garden? I tried.
I'm cackling over here. Oh my god.
I feel like that didn't work at all, so I really appreciate your laughter. Even if it's out of pity, I appreciate it.
Oh, no, there are tears.
Okay, good,
there
good,
are,
good,
in fact,
good.
Tears streaming from my orifices. Okay, we have to figure out what we're planting tomorrow.
So it's gonna be the fall, right?
Yes.
Definitely pumpkins. We know we need those for the community center.
Yes.
So I wonder if here, I'm gonna see if I can prep in advance and do fertilizer.
I don't know if we should.
Yeah, you're right, because we don't know how many crops we're buying. We can easily do that tomorrow. We definitely have enough sap, I think.
Yeah, we can do it tomorrow.
388 sap. Yeah, we'll be good. Is there anything else you wanted us to work on today? I'm going to go and swing by Clunt to pick up the axe. Did you already got your water can? Yeah, you did. Okay.
Yeah, I got my watering can.
Okay.
Other than that, I think I got all of the fish that we need.
Fantastic.
For summer, but also fishing really overwhelms me, so I don't know if you want to like double check my work.
Sure.
I feel like I always miss something.
Absolutely. I'll double check right after I visit Sealunt.
Blunt.
Oh god. You didn't see anything. Chat, Shella didn't see. I tipped Gus 800 gold for my drink the other day. Are you made of money? Who's not paying their tabs? Shane. Okay, let me go to the community center. I mean, I guess I could look from here, right? Okay, quality crops. Artisan will be getting that soon. Fish farmers. Roe and squid ink. We don't have that yet. Foragers bundle. That's going to take us a while. Field research. Really? We don't have a frozen geode? Spirit's Eve, that's coming up. Winter is whatever. Enchanter, whatever. Vault, whatever. Boiler room. I definitely have a void essence, and we might have enough bat wings. Adventurers bundle. Blacksmith bundle we can definitely do. We can definitely get the boiler room done today.
Oh, shoot, really?
I think so. I think so, yeah. I'm going to run back to the house right now.
Okay.
And our minecarts will be done. Lindsay,
really
thank
exciting.
you for 44 months, you absolute legend! Make sure to fill out the PP form. Lindsay, how are you doing today? It's good to see you. Definitely, Pam. Y'all are so right. Okay, let me run home, grab what I need to grab. I just got a random acorn. Who threw this nut at me? Where did this come from? I saw Shane at the bottom. Was he throwing his nut at me? And then we'll do our wheel spin, okay? Thank you so much. I'm doing great today. I'm having a lovely day. I was a little tired earlier, but now I feel wide awake. I'm wide awake. Okay, so we need 1 void essence, which we have. We just need 10 bat wings, which we have. Chat. Oh my god, I think we're doing it. Okay, and then, everybody shut up. Okay, we need 1, 2, 3. I think we got it. No, I think we got it. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm gonna poop my pants. I know Shella told me to check on the fish, and I probably should have, but I was just checking in general. We really needed the minecarts to be done, though, especially with SVE. People be throwing their nuts at you. It's like Tinder, truly. Did it come from the Insane Clown Posse? We'll never know. We'll never know. Willie, I'm so proud of you. Yeah, screw TurboTax. But I'm glad that you got them done. My uncle was finishing his yesterday. When are they due? Y'all remember where I actually need to go again? It's the one that has the boiler room. You're a boiler. Okay, Adventurer's Bundle. 10, 1. Okay. Dunzo. Small magnet ring, thanks. I'm gonna sell that. Blacksmith Bundle, let's go, baby! Yeah!
We did
My
it!
carts are repaired, baby!
Shell, yeah. Let's
Shell,
go.
yeah.
That is very exciting.
I'm sorry, I know you told me to check in on the fish, but I was checking all of them, so I still have to look at the fish.
Oh my god, no, you're fine. You're fine. I think I got all the fish we can get. A lot of them are like spring and fall fish.
Okay.
So the ones that we haven't got, we'll be able to get in a couple days.
Okay. That was the bulletin board. That was the vault. All right. Fish tank. The wally and the eel. That's both fall. Catfish, tiger trout. We need one. Do we have a crab pot set up someplace or no?
I don't know.
Okay. I thought tuna was a summer fish. Is tuna a summer fish, y'all? Let me look it up. I could be wrong. Ocean. Oh, any weather. No, it is. Summer or winter. We gotta go. We need a tuna. $6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Shit, I don't think I'm gonna hit it. We still have tomorrow. We still need a tuna. It's one of the summer fish that we need by the ocean. So I am...
Oh my god, are you able to get one?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and see. If I can't do it today, then we still have one more day tomorrow. So I'll focus on that tomorrow.
Okay.
Then we should be good to go.
I feel like I caught a tuna, but...
Let me go back and through our chest.
Well, no,
maybe it wasn't donated.
I think there was one that was needed for the quality fish bundle. So maybe
okay.
I forgot that I needed a second one.
Oh, wait, no, you have it. Oh my god. There's stuff in here. Okay, hold on. I'm going back.
Oh. Oh my god. Second floor in a row that was overrun by monsters. I hate it here.
Did we have a bad luck day?
I don't know.
Oh.
But chat's also telling me if we don't find the second tuna, that we can find one in winter, so.
Okay. I grabbed a tuna and another fish from our chest, so I think we're okay.
Okay. Cool.
Is it harder to file on the federal side, or is it easier, Sarah's Die? I don't know what I grabbed the other one for. What's the other one? Tilapia? I don't know what we need that one for. River! Okay, we got the tuna. That's good. That's very good. Tilapia. Good. Where is the frozen geode? What bundle is that from? Bulletin board? Is it the Enchanter's bundle? Winter Star. Field research, right? Okay, bulletin board. Field research. Sounds like we're saying failed research when we say it that way. You used TT in the past and their damn advertising. It does. It does. Honestly, I would use them if I didn't do Twitch. Because my tax accountant just knows so much about my prior history and stuff, and it's just so easy to do it with her that I would rather pay to still have it done. TurboTax does cut the work, but if you have anything except a simple W-2, they charge you a $60. Oh my god. Yeah, it can be expensive. I think my tax accountant, what did she charge us the last time? It was either $125 or $150 for joint filing. But she also does a lot of my, she does a lot of extra stuff, you know. she will tell us things about the house if we're looking to sell that year. Like, she has stuff prepped for us every single year about selling. And she does a lot of stuff for it, like with our stocks and all the stuff from like my tax write-offs, my various different types of income. I just trust somebody else for a second set of eyes than me doing it myself. Like, I'm sure it might not be that bad, but you know. I'm gonna put the bait over here. Okay. Do we really need all of these rings? Do we need them? 10, 20. I'm gonna sell some of that stuff tomorrow. I literally feel like we don't need them. That's a steal, honestly. I feel like it's a pretty good, I feel like it's a pretty decent price. The turnaround time is great. She sends stuff home for us to sign. And I send it back. Shipping is already paid for. I don't have to pay anything extra for postage. I feel like it's a pretty decent deal. Pretty decent. Your wife sold you on having someone else to do our taxes. You can't look back. Yeah, I've been having somebody else do our taxes with my parents for an immeasurably long time now. The last several years, because Dad was dealing with a lot of different pensions from different countries, which was really confusing. On top of, like, U.S. pensions. So, this was our first year doing it without Dad's stuff, because if y'all don't know this, if you have a parent or guardian that passes away, you still have to do their taxes the year that they end up passing away. Or rather, the year after they pass away, because you're a year behind. You know what I mean? So anyway, it's traumatizing. So this year was the first year that I didn't have to do my parents' taxes, Mom or Dad's. And I was like, I still want to go to her. I still want to see, like, if it's worth us going, and it literally is. So we're gonna keep doing that.
Do you already have a magnet ring?
What happened?
Do you already have a magnet ring?
I do.
Okay.
Perfecto. Filing tax extensions aren't fun either. Nope. Honestly, if you miss it by a few days, it's not bad. But if you have to do anything where you're missing it, or you need to extend it, or you're gonna have a penalty, like the penalty for a few days really truly is nothing. We had to go through that last year with Papa Violet stuff because we were waiting on the state for information. It wasn't me. It was the state sending stuff. And we had to pay a couple of bucks, but like, you're gonna be behind a few weeks, you need to file extension. They're gonna take you for all your money. Not good. Not great. Yeah, until next year, then we can panic at the disco once more. If you have stocks or non-traditional income, paying someone is a good idea.
There's a queen of
for
sauce.
Sure. Oh, what are we learning today?
Bread.
I love bread. Delicious. Plans, you pay a wonderful lady to do your taxes. You can't recommend it more.
So did we need to catch that tuna, or are we okay?
It's fantastic. No, we're good. We got it. Okay. We got it on lock.
Sick. We did it.
We did it. We're gamers.
And I think I just leveled up my farming, so I should be able to make quality sprinklers tomorrow.
Good. I've got a ton of bars ready to go for you. I didn't know what we needed. So I did a menagerie of them.
We need refined quartz, iron bars, and gold bars.
Oh, perfect. That's what I was working on.
Sick. Also, we have like 2 or 3 corn stalks here. Are you okay with destroying them since they're randomly placed?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I figured we were just doing the whole thing over for the next season. Yeah.
I think we can actually structure it this time.
What are we doing on quartz? Oh, good. Oh, man.
And make it look nice.
We got 45 quartz.
Let's go.
And you said we needed iron and gold. Okay, I got 2. We'll make it 3 gold bars for you.
Yes.
Still need to water stuff. Is it even worth it, y'all? Is it worth watering on the last day? Do I get any kickback from that? Lindsay, you know I was, baby. Hey, this is actually a good time before I don't want to leave you alone on the first day. I'm going to run to the restroom and feed Charlotte, and I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
I'll stand by our plastic bag. You took my plastic. You took my feelings. Oh, you dropped them. Okay. Honestly, that's fair for me gifting you trash earlier. That's so fair.
Oh my god. I take your plastic bag and run. You'll never catch me.
Farming level up, maybe? Will I? I kind of feel like I will, but I don't know. All right, friends. Everybody go say hi to Shella in my absence. Tell her that you feel like a plastic bag. I'll be back in a few minutes after I feed Charlotte. Check in! Do you need medicine? Do you need drinks? Do you need food? What do you need? Check in with yourself. Also, go pee and stretch and do all those good things. We'll be back in a few minutes. What up? I'm back. I was checking my phone on my break. The thing about our family in New Hampshire, this is my brother-in-law and my nieces and nephews up there. They're in the path of totality and they're all sharing their photos and they're beautiful. I'll share them in Discord, okay? But the problem is anytime that they want to send a group message, like we already have group message strings and they'll just send a new one. And then the one that I've muted is no longer muted and they just keep sending stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm busy. I can't have my phone ding 12 times in a row. Julian, how are you? Good to see you. Did y'all check in with Shella? Yeah, they did easily. Awful. Yeah, Scottish, we were talking about taxes because they're due in the US. You need this playlist? It is Lo-Fi Beat Essentials from Epidemic Sound. I'll share it in chat. Give me 1 second. This is not from me, it's from Epidemic Sound. I hope you like it. Oh, Margaret Atwood, yes! Do you really? They gotta get a kick out of it, right? Like they have to, right? Hi, Lady Brittany. So the ones that I'm using today are gonna be in a separate area. That's Shella's mods list because we're doing the co-op farm, but if you want mine too, they're right there too. Enjoy. Okay, I don't know what Shella was up to, but I'll tell her that I'm back. Greetings, I'm back.
Hello. I'm in the trenches.
Are you surviving?
For now.
Okay. I'm coming. I will help.
Oh my God, it's so bad. I'm on floor 89.
Your voice is quaking.
Infested.
Oh,
and
disgusting.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Those worms.
I can't do it.
Oh, I got clay. I always call it mud. Enjoy. How do you calculate taxes? You get forms that are sent in from the state from your various jobs, Scottish in the US, but then you have to do them yourself, basically. You get told what you owe, and then you need to put your stuff into a form for what you owe, but then if anything is off, the IRS can come back and take that money from you. If any of the calculations are off. So, I don't know how they do it in other countries, but... Shella, we're missing the dance of the Moonlight Jellies.
I know. I'm almost done. I'm trying so hard to kill these slimes. I've been here for 10 minutes trying to kill slimes. I'll be there soon.
Okay. I'm gonna head down to the beach.
Okay. I did it.
Yay! All right, I'll meet you at the beach. Oh, wait, you're gonna get there faster than me. I forgot we had mine carts now.
I'm in me mom's car.
Ah!
Vroom, vroom.
Vroom, vroom.
Get out me car.
Schedule forms, seeing it's a nightmare. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, a series of complex forms that you will probably mess up. You get told what you are owed based on your income, and then that's based off income brackets and percentage, and whether or not you have kids, whether or not you've donated to charity, whether or not you are a teacher, whether or not you have gambled. The list can go on and on. It's truly wild. Poor Shella. She made it out, though. Oh, I need to fix that. Oh, there you are. Hi, vroom, vroom.
Vroom, vroom. Hello.
Hello, governor.
You're absolutely glowing tonight, Violet. Has anyone told you that?
Oh my God, thanks. It's because my roommate gifted me a wedding ring. I mean a glow ring.
Whoa, okay.
Whoa.
Wow, that's cool.
Oh yeah, I haven't talked to Andy again. I talked to him like once. Life is just so easy for the jellies. that we can shop there. I probably did. What can we have? Clout. How is this a modern rug? That is not a jelly-themed rug, Pierre. I think you're trying to steal our money. And I don't appreciate it. I don't mind Sam, but I hate his hair. Can we all agree that Sam's hair is awful? I love capitalism. You are so right. I know Shella does this so fast. Yeah, the government already knows this stuff, but then we have to tell them. Oh, it's so nice seeing Elliot again. Hi.
Hey.
Your ears are looking mighty pointy tonight. Yeah.
Oh my god, thank you.
You're welcome. You had that hair before, but darker. Did you really?
All right, Mayor Lewis.
Mayor Poopus. Theater, you had multiple employers. On year, I think I had 10 W-2s.
Oh, there's a fishing spot there.
I get a ton because of my sponsorship. So, like, if I go through individual ones, I have individual ones. Then through my management company, they compile all those together in one form for me. Then I have PayPal, which I have to separate out. Then I have Twitch. And then the sky's the limit. I have stuff from my merch company. Oh my god, it's a lot. Jellies! I love the jellies. Is Shella gonna make it? She did. She suffered greatly for it, but she made it. At least those are easy to input. It's not too bad. It's just time consuming. And I think a lot of people would say that about taxes to begin with. That most of the time they're not that bad. It's just time consuming. Then you're overthinking, like, hey, did I add this up correctly? Am I missing something? Hi, Gernst. How are you doing, sweetheart? Isn't it pretty? I love jellyfish. On Twitter, I saw a jellyfish lantern and with a tutorial on how to make one. And I really want to make one so badly. I don't know where I'd put it in my room, but... Mom's anniversary is coming up this month, and I wanted to do something arts and craftsy for that stream. It's on a Monday, so we have a few hours before we're going to have probably Stardew with Shella, and I would really love to do something that is crafty in memory of my mom. So maybe we'll do something like that. I was thinking of either painting or doing a bracelet or something. Would y'all be into that? It could kind of be like a co-working stream, but I make something. We'll listen to some relaxing music. Kind of like what we did today, but like for an hour or two before we meet up with Shella at the end of the month on April 29th. Let me know if that's something you'd be interested in. I usually take the day, or I have in years past, I've taken the day off from stream, but I don't really want to do that. I kind of want to be present because I feel like the more distractions I have, the better on those days. Yeah, you think so? I think it would be nice. Maybe y'all could make something with me. And I'll tell some stories about Mama that day. That's why paying someone is a good choice. Yeah, they could be the math gay. I am not. Hi, Nathan! On April 1st, there was an SG1 marathon of all the funny episodes. Really? Where? We're still making our way through. We're on season 8 right now, about halfway through. But we had to transfer over because they were originally on Netflix. Then Netflix removed them. Now they're on Amazon Prime. And we still didn't even finish the first season of Atlantis yet either. We've been going back and forth. Happy fall! Oh.
Happy fall. I have a leather jacket.
Oh my god, you look like a biker. I love it.
I just want to look cool for you.
I feel like I should start snapping, like singing like we're in Greece right now.
Summer lovin'.
Had me up last. I don't think Shella realizes what she just did. Summer lovin' happened so fast. I met a girl crazy for me. I met a boy cute.
Okay, today's the day.
Yes, today's the day.
Okay.
Everybody be quiet. Everyone shut up.
Die.
Time is done. Something's begun. Grease was my first ever musical that I ever saw, so it holds something very deep in my heart. In my loins, even. Summer dreams ripped at the seams, but oh, I don't even think I can hit that high note anymore. Those summer nights tell me more. It's so good. Am I making this worse? Okay. I was trying to clear up the other area for you, and I realized I didn't know where you were going.
Oh, I'm just... Honestly, chat's trying to tell me something, and I don't understand them, but that's like half of my relationship with them. So I was just like mindlessly clicking, but I think that's a pretty okay setup right there for a row of sprinklers.
Yeah.
Are you down with that?
I am so down.
Where is the refined quartz, by the way?
It's in the mining bucket. Oh, wait, no, I was looking at regular quartz. How do we get refined quartz?
Oh, we have to smelt it. Okay.
Oh, God, I hope it doesn't take too long. Okay.
And then, so this is, how many plots?
How do we make refined quartz?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 8 is something 48? No. 32?
Hold up. 1, 2,
we have
3,
to, I'm bringing
4,
out the
5,
old calc.
6, 7, 8.
The old calculator.
It's 8 seeds around each of these, right?
Yeah.
1, 2,
7 times
3,
8 is
4,
56.
5, 6,
okay.
7.
56.
56. Okay.
So what do we need to buy?
50.
We need yams and we need corn.
Yams and corn and pineapples. Pineapples. Oh my God. Pumpkins. Pineapples? Oh my God. Don't listen to me.
And eggplant and pumpkins and broccoli. Okay, so what if, now hear me out. What if we do
56? Oh,
my brain is hurting. Oh.
It's 66.
What if we do 24 yams?
Okay.
Okay. 24 eggplants.
Okay.
I'm making you a list.
Okay. Are you writing it down?
24 yams, 24 eggplants. How many pumpkin seeds do we have? Don't we have like 18 already? From the, like, museum?
We have, those are summer seeds. Where are the pumpkin seeds? You say pumpkin?
Yeah. Do we not have any?
We have 3 rare seeds. Mixed seeds, cauliflower, carrot. No, I don't see any pumpkins. Wait. Sunflower seeds. No, I don't see any pumpkin seeds.
Okay, well then we need...
Chat, can you see any pumpkin
seeds? We'll put those
Pickaxe
right
trick
here.
is so good. Just to like clean up the area, you know?
We need corn.
Just to clean it up.
And this is the one where we need gold corn, so we should probably do a Chungus Magoober of corn.
Love a Chungus. Right? Love a Chungus Magoober.
We love a big Chungus.
All right, you keep mapping
1,
it out.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
When you figure out how much corn, you tell me. I'll get everything else. Also, I realized I can't make the quartz myself. I'm not a high enough level yet.
You can't smelt the quartz?
No. Or at least it's not in my thing, right?
Well, you just have to put quartz into the furnace.
Oh, I thought it was listed on... What, wasn't it at some point listed on the craftable area, or am I making that up?
I don't know.
Okay, maybe I'm making that up.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
6 times 5 is 30. So 30 corn.
30 corn, okay.
And then what else do we need? We need Did we put? Oh frick.
30 corn.
My brain is in overdrive.
18 pumpkins.
Okay, we got eggplants. We got pumpkin. We got yams. We need to find broccoli.
24 eggplants and 24.
We can't buy that. But that's all we need for the bundles. So we have everything we need for the bundles. Would you be interested in growing cranberries?
Sure. 24 eggplants and 24 yams.
So we'll do 20. We'll do 30 cranberries.
And 30 cranberries.
And then we do have more room if we want to get crazy with it.
We still have 20K left. Yeah, if you want to get a little wild, a little kooky.
I'm feeling a little crazy. We could do another plot of 30. Pick whatever you want. What's striking your fancy?
Let's do cranberries because then they continue to produce, so we won't have to redig.
So 60 total?
Yeah.
60 cranberries. That is crazy.
Just making it easier on us. All right, I'm headed back.
All right, I'll start fertilizing.
Ha! You smelt it, you dealt it. I didn't smelt anything. You can also use the recycler to make CDs and glasses into refined quartz. Oh, that's so true. Do we have a recycler yet? Oh, Anna, you're so welcome. I'm so glad. I can't wait to see it. I hope you enjoy. Oh, also, I have the quartz for you. Hold on. I'll put it in the mining bucket.
Oh, that's
I realized I stole
so lovely of you. Thank you, Violet.
I'll make some more. Oh.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you were making more. Okay.
We're actually low on gold compared to everything else, so I can make 5 more quality sprinklers, and then we're out of gold.
Okay.
Wait, oh my god, I might be God. I am.
Oh my god, beautiful. All right, I'll put these away.
That was really calculated of me. I knew the whole time that's what we needed, so.
I loved that.
Yeah.
Oh, here, hold on. What did you want to put by the sprinklers?
Oh, I was thinking the...
Here, I put all the seeds up here. Because I feel like you had a vision, and I want you to tell me where you want me to plant and where.
Oh my god, wait, we actually have space for an extra, like, 8 seeds.
Oh, good.
Because, yeah, you can put the corn in one of the 30 plots and the cranberries. You know those ones, right?
So, the cranberries, they don't have the things like, the other seasons. I can plant those tightly packed, and we're not going to have a problem, right?
Yeah, you can group them together.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a space for 8 more seeds of miscellaneous variety. Isn't that exciting?
I love that.
We could just put some, like, wild seeds. We could go crazy. Unstoppable.
Honestly, we do have a good collection of wild seeds. I say let's do it. Chat, I say let's do it. Oh my god, wait. We need to grow our rare seeds. Let me put those in the corner before we forget.
Do we want to do speed grow on those?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
That sounds kind of hot.
All right, I'm going to put these in the corner where the other ones are growing. Yeah, I'll put them on the side of the barn.
Okay, that sounds good. Chat is saying we should save the plot of 8 for broccoli seeds when we find it.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's a good idea. I'm actually listening to them for once.
I'm so proud of this turnaround.
We're doing really good. We may not have a fully sprinklered up farm, but like even just these 5 quality sprinklers are gonna really make it easier for us.
And rubbish too. Okay.
I don't think we're gonna have enough fertilizer to do everything though.
Oh, I have 66 with me right here.
Oh my god, you whipped that out of nowhere. Okay.
I made them earlier.
I fertilized everything except for down here, so...
Oh, I got you. I got you. I'll take over.
Okay.
Oh. No, I was gonna... Okay.
After you.
Okay. Those should all be done. What's this big open area? Oh, for our corn.
Where's my watering can? Where's my watering can? Real talk.
Did you ever pick it up? Yeah, you did, right?
Found it. I put it in the wrong chest.
Shella already... Shella.
I'm crazy. But you like that.
I do, it's true. Putting this in the wrong place.
My brain literally had one thought today, and it was seeds.
Well, we spent the whole day doing this, but we're going to be really good for,
We're going to be so set.
For the rest of this time.
Yeah, and we can girly popify it tomorrow. It's going to be really fun.
We'll make it look pretty.
Yeah.
Chat, we're going to make it look so pretty. I can't wait. Oh. Somebody best explain what the hell is going on. All right, Ryan, listen to me. Happy Eclipse Day. Bella chose Edward today. They flew together right over the Boston area. How you diddly dang doing, you little muffin? I mean, I kind of want to change my fit now that Shella changed her fit. I wonder if I can put a different shirt on. Want like a fall color shirt, you know? You know what I'm saying, chat? Like a fall color. Oh, that's pretty. That kind of almost goes with my bow. I have like a green shirt. Uh-huh.
I love this fall wardrobe moment for you, but I am in the freaking trenches trying to get everything watered.
Yes, ma'am! I'm coming! I'm helping. I had to put on some nice duds since you had your lovely jean jacket. I mean, oh wait, these were already watered.
Leather.
Your leather jacket moment. Did you already water these? I can't tell which ones you've watered.
The dark ones.
Oh, I see it now.
Hope this helps.
Shella, I have astigmatism. It doesn't help me.
Hope this finds you well.
No, really, I had to download a mod that makes the watered areas actually darker because I couldn't tell.
Do you not have that right now?
No, it's fine though. I figured it out. Well, now it's better because I do have the glow, but I still struggle.
Okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, let's go to bed. Directions unclear. Staring at the giant ball of burning gas. Don't do that.
I feel alive.
With the sound of money.
Now we just need to find broccoli seeds.
I feel like we'll be able to find those, no problem.
I hope so.
Oh my god, look at my little flannel moment.
You look good.
I'm just in a little flannel.
I like it. It suits you.
Hey, thanks.
I'm in a leather bucket hat.
I love it. It works so well.
All leather. Black leather.
All leather all the time.
That's me. Rough and tumble.
Y'all heard Shella. Rough and tumble. What's up, Chaos? How's your day going? Y'all, we're finally in the fall. This is so exciting. We gotta look out for our fishos today. We're doing pretty good on money right now. I think I'm going to end up buying 2 cows from Marnie today if she's actually working for 5 minutes.
Yay! Then we can milk together.
Beautiful.
I didn't like saying that out loud, but I said it anyways.
I love how you hesitated, but you still finished that. I give you a lot of credit for that. What is the to-do mod?
Someone sedate me.
It's the one that will give you the to-do list that you can make on here.
I do have some bad news for you.
Unless you need the link for it. It should be on mine if you can't find it on Shella's.
Marnie doesn't work on Tuesday.
She never works! This woman is out in spiteful vengeance against me.
Yeah.
She never works.
I'm sorry.
She works for like 2 minutes a week.
Yeah. It's kind of rough, really.
Hi, Otterly. I have no idea how I ended here. but I left a lurk with Sir Hannah when I went to work this morning. Well, I'm happy that you're here. I don't think Sir Hannah raided us today, so you must have been here from various different raids. Welcome! Welcome to the show. I almost said welcome to the shit show. You know what, honestly? Same thing. Same thing. Oh my god, look, it's so cute.
It's so cute. I like it. Feel free to girly popify it.
Okay.
Because I know that's you're itching.
I will definitely girly popify it. Around the trash, of course.
We don't need to keep the trash.
No. Well, can we at least keep the underwear? It's something about the underwear reminds me of Mayor Lewis's, and it's cracking me up.
You know, yeah, I feel like maybe we could find like a discreet place to put the underwear where it's like hardly visible, but like we know it's there.
We could just like plop it in the bedroom.
Can we? I mean, let me go try.
Yeah, we could.
Whose underwear is it?
Well, it's not mine.
Yet.
Oh.
Oh.
Is it laundry day?
I mean,
it was a while, probably.
There is laundry. Well, we just have to go buy it.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I don't know where any of my stuff is anymore.
I need 2 more, chat. Chat, is this cute? Chat, do you like this? I don't know what else I can make. What else can I make look pretty? I don't really have a lot of stuff. Do you think I could put the trash over? Oh my god, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, y'all. How do I? Okay. I want to see if I can put the underwear on a sign. I'm gonna scream. Don't tell Shella. I want to see if she notices. Nobody tell Shella. I want to see if she notices the sign of the underwear, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you understand. If you get it. If you're knowers. Kind of boring, but we need more wood. I kind of would like to do... I know what I want to do. But I do need more wood. You will know what Shella's not supposed to know, okay? Alright? Okay. I don't know how much wood I need, but we're gonna try it. Need to move that. I love how the trash is just there. Shell's probably like, yeah, we're definitely gonna need some more wood, so I'll work on that for us. This is pretty cute, right? They do a good job, chat. Can you lie to me? I feel like I did a pretty good job. What do you think?
Oh my god, it's so cute. Are you kidding? What was that?
What's what?
What is that?
What is that? It just appeared there. She just left! She just full on... Oh, she's back! Oh, you're back. I don't know. I mean, somebody put a sign there. I don't know what's on that sign.
That's so weird.
That is so wild. Anyway, I'm going fishing. Bye. Oh, I need my fishing rod. The walk off.
I'm going to try to go find some broccoli.
Okay.
Wish me luck.
Good luck. Shella puts up with this. Go give her a follow. Yes, please go give Shella a follow. God damn it. God damn you all. Hey, do we have enough money so I can upgrade the rod? I don't know what the next upgrade is, but...
Sure.
Or do you want me to hold on to the money?
I mean, it's up to you. I have a fiberglass rod, I think.
Okay.
But if you want to get the next one...
You're saying mantis?
Go for it.
Okay. I'm going fishing today, too, so hopefully I can get some of that money back.
I believe in you.
Yeah, Lewis, all you did was hold the nails. What did Shella call the mayor? She didn't call him Mayor Lewis. She said something piss. Green piss? Don't remember. With the mod, do you need a better rod? It's still better to catch... You're still catching better quality fish if you upgrade the rod. It doesn't really mean you're gonna get easier time with the fishing minigame because you're skipping it, but the quality of fish does improve if you upgrade it. Yeah. Trixie, I love you! I hope you're having the best day. Your willingness to contribute. Well, I don't want to. Mayor Boo-Hiss. Boo-Hiss was a good one. Hi, Tommy. What if we fist fight Lewis? Let's try it. Exclamation point fight Lewis in the chat. Let's see how it turns out. Let's see if anybody is valiant against him. Fight Mayor Lewis. 65% chance. That's not bad. It's not bad. You definitely got a few good punches, and maybe he's got like a black eye at this point. The fuck is that? What are you? Do I just... Why is that here? Do what? Oh. I don't know if we need these shells or not. I am hesitant to shell them. Oh, Willie's definitely going to be closed by now, right? God damn you, Willard! Switch back over to this if I'm... Fishing! You're fighting the sun? Why? Today's the second best day. I hope you had a lovely day on Saturday. What did you get up to? Thanks for the follows, by the way, friends. You're beautiful. Oh my god, y'all, look at my huge super cucumber. Look at it. 80%, yeah, you're beating him up real good like. Real good like. Lewis is trying to catch a seagull. He can instead catch these hands. Y'all are doing great beating up the mayor. Looking respectfully. I hope you are. It is a great honor to gaze upon my super cucumber. Thank you very much. I guess I can't show it to you while I'm fishing. Because my rod's already out. You get it. You understand. There it is. Now you can gaze upon my cucumber. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome, thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for looking. Thanks for lurking and looking. My phone has been perpetually dying the last few hours. Y'all, do I make another coffee? I want a coffee. But I also know I'm gonna immediately eat right after chat. I want to make a coffee. Maybe Kip can make me a coffee. Please hold. I don't know if Kip is in a meeting or not to make me one. Well, see, so I had this small coffee today, and I literally mean small. Like, I had like a 5-ouncer today, and I've been up since 7:30. I feel like I'd be okay with a second one. Thanks for the follows. Welcome. Yeah, I'm tired. My friend was telling me about her awful weekend. She's like, oh, can I call you today? And I was like, I am working until probably 7 or 8, but you can call me after that. I know I'm going to continually have to use my voice. Come on. I think the seagulls are eating my fish. Why can't I grab anything? Leah, hi. More coffee always. All right. Freaking Joja Cola. You're a Joja Cola. Oh, God, Tommy. I can only imagine. You're doing big things, babe. Stay strong. You got this. Oh, my God, look at the turtle. Do you see the turtle? Do you see the turtle underneath the dock? Look at the little guy. He's just lurking. He's so cute. He's me for real. 5 ounces? Is it legal to make coffee that small? I didn't mean to, but it was. Hi, Inazumi. Hello. See, my issue is that the reason I make a small coffee is because 9 out of 10 times I'm nursing it for like 6 to 8 hours. I kid you not. If I get like a coffee from Dunks, I think they use liquid sugar. That I will pound. I'll pound within like 20 minutes and then my heart's like, ooh. The one that I make at home, I nurse like the whole day. So I figure if I'm nursing it, I might as well make it small because I'm still like, it doesn't need to be huge. I'm not going to finish drinking it. So. Kip usually will down their coffee. I guess it depends for me. You disconnect your own gamepad. Okay. Do I need any of these? I didn't. Okay, so I'll sell them. Y'all, I really want the trash can hat so badly. So badly. Hi, Raccoon! Run before Nightbot makes you into soup. Run! The sign things are going well. You're maintaining a high retention and satisfaction, right? So you're doing something right. Hell yeah. Medium or large, you're drinking all day. Yeah. I nurse it.
You're not here, yes. But your shorts are. Where are you?
I'm coming. I'm coming. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I don't think you're gonna make it.
Oh my gosh.
Did you make it?
I made it. That was so scary. I think, what, we fainted 4 times each now?
Yeah. It's been rough. That was really impressive.
Thank you. I knees to chested that. All right, I'm selling all this stuff, y'all. I sold it. Oh, a coffee mug warmer. That's what I want so badly. So badly. Well, I don't actually mind room temperature coffee, but I'd love to not always have to have it or like run back to my
Did you find any
microwave?
Broccoli?
I did not. I only went to the beach. Thanks for the follows, pals. Violet going commando. Hey, I'm wearing jeans. So like yes, but also no. God, imagine me. Oh yeah, I'm going commando at the beach. Where's that sand going? Booze bottles outside, please.
When it rains, I feel like we should upgrade your watering can.
Definitely. Rissan, thank you so much for 29 months, tier 3, baby! Make sure to fill out the PP form, you legend. Thank you so much. Hey, did we ever do the wheel spin? We did, right? No, we didn't. We got to do another wheel spin. I didn't do it yet. All right, hold on. Let's do this really fast. Change hair. Done. Easy. Easy. Let me finish watering first, then I'll change my hair. Which is good, because I'm wearing my brown wig today. I owed ya a wheel. I'm so sorry. How could I have been so awful? Our ancient fruit was ready for harvest.
Very good. Are we gonna grow our rare seeds?
Yeah, I already have them. They're already growing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're right over here.
You're incredible.
No, you. Oh, and I put the growth max, whatever it's called, the growth spurt on them.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's good.
Sorry, I got distracted. I gotta finish watering.
Oh, you're fine. Take your time. There's no rush. I'm gonna go back to the mines today.
All right, I'm gonna visit Marnie and see what we need for fish.
Okay. Also, Marnie wants an amaranth, but it's yours is closed today, so
okay.
Maybe we can get 1 amaranth seed each tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds good. What's up? Yeah, can you put 2 sugar, please? Thank you. Love you. Kip is making me a coffee. Everybody say good baby. Amanda just usually means no one. You're right, not like sans pants. Exclamation point coffee. Boom, boom. Okay, I also need my giant rod today. I'm gonna put away 2 of my weapons. I don't need them. I'll also put this away too. Okay. We checking on the chickens? Maybe Shella did. Yeah, Shella already did. Damn, she got that mayo so fast. Okay, Marnie, y'all, I'm gonna need your help naming 1 cow. Leave 1 cow for Shella. I need your help naming 1 cow. Any good pun names you can think of? Yeah, best spouse. Best spouse. Best baby. Oldies but goodies that we've used in the past. Melissa is a funny one. Not like Lois, do you mind? I don't want to be in here while y'all are getting it on. Half and half. I love that. Are y'all sure you want half and half and not Billert? Brown cow, Butters, Mona Lisa, non-dairy creamer. Is there enough non-dairy cream? No. Connor, milkshake. I think I like Mona Lisa. I'm going with Mona Lisa. Okay. I named this first cow, and you and your chat can name the second cow.
Oh, okay. Should we come up with a name right now?
No, you can just go over to the animal and rename it.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to see what you named the first cow.
I'm gonna put down Shella's cow for the second one. Shella's cow, everyone. Okay, so I caught literally nothing in the ocean. So I don't know what I'm gonna need for the other fish. River fish is catfish and tiger trout. Thank you. Oh, you were afraid to put my almond milk in? That's okay. Oh, it's so hot. Please hold chat. How nice of you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Bye, Charlotte. That's the stuff. Amazing spouse. Okay, catfish and tiger trout. Catfish. Fall. The secret woods are witch's swamp. So I know where the secret woods area is, but I don't think we have access to it yet, right? We might have to wait till the springtime for that one. Also, I have no idea how to get to the secret woods in Stardew Valley Expanded. That was catfish. Now we need tiger trout. Anytime now. Fall and winter. Any weather. Location in the river. Okay, so like literally right over here. Oh my god, I don't have my rod. God damn it. Y'all, I didn't take my rod. I gotta go back to the farm. Oh my god, I only have until 7! I don't think I'm gonna make it. Great names as always, friends. Hi, Simmer! We're doing good. How are you doing? We just hit fall. We're working on our stuff for the community center. I'm trying to get together with the fish that we need. I really don't think we're gonna complete it in year 1. I truly do not think. Oh, I'm taking Shella's rod if she's not. If she's not using it, I'll take it today. Gotta love that Chests Anywhere mod. I don't know if we have it. You got a star drop. Let's go.
Let's go. I wonder what it tastes like.
What does it taste like?
Oh, it says my mind is filled with thoughts of women.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot that mine is going to taste like fictional men.
The way we both did that unintentionally.
I know!
And the next floor is freaking monster infested. What's wrong with this? I can't. I've been fighting so hard.
You're fighting God in the mines.
I am. Every day I wake up.
Oh, crap. I went too far. I don't need to go to the beach. Go up. Go up. You went to work with your husband in the city. Just downloaded Stardew and the mods. Now you're here. I love it. Sounds like a damn good day to me. Hope you had fun in the city. Okay, I literally have 40 minutes to try and get this. You're a salmon. Elliot, move or go around me. I need a tiger trout. Unless you want to be my tiger. Oh, okay, never mind. He ran faster as soon as I said that. Oh my god, I'm so glad. Have you enjoyed it? Unsettling, right? Oh, what did I get? Oh, we got some goodies. Except I won't get the tiger trout. Awesome. Good. Anything else I can grab while we're out? Maybe like some nighttime fishing? Walleye and eel. 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. the mountain lake. Okay, I could do that. And the eel, isn't the eel at the beach? Ocean. But only in the rain. So I should be able to do the walleye now. Is it a walleye or wally? You know how companies will try to make trainings interesting by giving them like a theme or a gimmick? This one is exploration themed and it's just weird. How so? Exploration like, ooh, we're using mysteries and clues to explore, or like the theme is Christopher Columbus? Explain this to me. It is walleye, okay. But the walleye is not rain. Good. Excuse me. Walleye. Love a good walleye. Eye on the wall. Oh, a bull trout. I don't know if I need the other ones either. You're not done yet, but you see what's happening now. I'm so curious how he'll weave it together. Yeah. Yeah, the ending was just incredible. I can't wait to hear your thoughts, even if you didn't enjoy it. Would love to hear your thoughts. Truly. Really, I've never had it. I love fish. I've had a lot of like tilapia, cod, love salmon, haddock, you name it. Do you mind? I need this walleye. You're a bullhead. Company, we're family here. Yeah, we're not going to pay you more, but how about a pizza party? An old-fashioned sailing ship following the map to learn about Medicare and Cigna and avoid the villain that is violations. So literally, like the Pilgrims. I was joking, but here we are. Hate that. Walleye and a Wally impersonation. Wally. Walleye. I tried. I feel like I failed. Oh, midnight carp. I think that for the regular bundle you need one of those, but I don't think for our bundle here we need one. Keep fishing! So windy in the game. Oh my god. How many goddamn midnight carps am I pulling up? Actually, let me have a nice little river jelly. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I've got until like 12:30 to run home. I'll be good. I can make it. Maybe 12:20 I'll go. Oh, come on. One more fish. One more fish. Come on, come on, come on. God damn it. God damn it. The disrespect I feel over these fish right now. Awful. No good. Very bad. River jelly sounds inappropriate in all the best ways. It's tasty. Yeah, it sounds inappropriate. Should gather some forageables while I still can. I made it back with a decent amount of time. Okay. Let me double check that I don't need any of these things.
Violet.
Yes.
I need to take a quick bathroom break.
Oh, no problem.
Do you want me to wake up in the morning so you can keep playing?
Actually, you know what? I could use a bathroom break too. Why don't we both
You're gonna die.
Pause it. No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Okay. I was just like,
I made it.
All right. I will be right back then.
Okay. Fish is worth 25% more. I want to be a fisher. Okay. All right, pals. I'm going to take a break with Shella for the bathroom. A bio break. We'll keep it cool, keep it casual. BRP question for you. What have you named your pet in Stardew Valley? Or your farm? What's your farm's name or your pet's name? And I want the most ridiculous names in chat right now. We'll be back. Hello, besties. We return. What's the name of your farm? Also, did Shella say anything to me? Did Shella come back? Let me know. I don't know if she's still MIA or not. What's your farm name? Moonstone. Oh, Valaris, you did? Pixie. Sprinkle Farm with a black cat named Licorice. Hoville. I love that. Home of the cats. Our hoes. Our cats are Luna and Artemis. Cute. Grimm's Lake Farm. Randomly generated names. That's what I normally do if I'm playing by myself. I think the randomly generated names are hilarious. It's either lewd or dark. You don't know which is worse. What if both were okay? Hello? I think I made it back before Shella. Is she pooping?
Hello? Oh, there. It's working.
Hi.
Hi.
I didn't know if you were pooping.
Oh, no. Not today. I've learned my lesson.
Only when you hit a next YouTube milestone.
Yes. That's the only time I poop.
I gotcha. Okay.
Hurry up. I need to poop. I'm just kidding. Subscribe to help Shella's bowel movements today.
Do it now.
Do it now.
I don't trust this bookseller, y'all. I really don't. I really, really don't. Okay, so, it's not raining. Is it raining tomorrow?
No, it says it's gonna be clear tomorrow.
You're ruining our vibes.
I know. I need some rainy, starty weather. What?
I almost took out a crop with my hoe, but it's okay.
Oh, I would have literally restarted the day. I would have been like, nope, we're done.
Nope.
Day ruining actions.
We started one this weekend called Michelin. Chicken's name is Piccata. I love it. You playing with wife? Wifey-o? Cat is chief. As it should be.
Are you gonna try to get cows today?
I got cows. We got little moo babies.
Oh my god, yeah, you did. That's right. We have to name it.
Yeah, go inside and name it.
Which one did... One of them's a Highland cow.
Oh, cool.
It's called Shella's cow, so I'm
guessing
this
that's
is
yours.
the one I
Yeah.
named.
This one is mine.
Mona Lisa. Wow.
Chat named it. Are you impressed?
I really like that.
We make cheese makers. I don't have it yet, right? It's gonna take a bit for them to produce milk anyway, but I can't make a cheese press yet. I should refill.
I can make a cheese press, but yeah, we'll wait till they make milk.
Okay. You're so sad you ordered McDonald's and the smoothie wasn't in the bag. Oh, I hate that, kitty. When like the one item that you were hoping for doesn't even come through. Get your money back. Maybe they'll send you 2. I didn't even do what I was supposed to do. I got distracted and I walked right back. Completely ignore me. Wifey-o and sister-in-law. I love it! I gotta get back to playing on my other co-op farms, but I was dead to the world this weekend. And then yesterday, I think it was, I was playing some more Supermarket Sim. They had an update. Not like a huge substantial one, but an update nonetheless. And you could close your counter now for your register, which I loved. Because before, what I was doing so that people wouldn't like come by my third register is I would just put it in the box. And then when the lines were too long, I would open it up. But now you can just leave it there and open and close the register. It's awesome. It's so cool. And then some general bug fixes, but nothing else besides that, or at least for right now. The whole burgers and fries and Coke Zero were there, but the whole reason I ordered was for the smoothie. Yeah. I used to go to this place back when milkshakes were not bothering me as much as they do now. And
we named the cow.
Oh my god, I can't wait to see it. I would go specifically for their milkshakes, and like 50% of the time they wouldn't even have them for me. It was an Oreo milkshake though. Moo clips. Oh my god. Goblins, you did good.
We did a thing.
Oh, Willard, hi. Okay. What do you want from me? Why did you just harass me? I should probably check my mail. I've got so much mail. I should really get my other quests done. Dear residents, shut up. Amaranth. Okay. Oh, yeah, we need to get Amaranth today, right? Is that what you said? What did we need?
Oh, yeah. We each need an Amaranth for Marnie, so...
Okay.
Just buy, like, 2 seeds or something.
Okay.
Yippee!
I'll make my way downtown. Walking fast. Shella's cow name is Moo Clips. We've got Mona Lisa and Moo Clips. And hers is the Highland cow. Which again, I don't know if that's a mod or if that came in the 1.6 update. Aquatic overpopulation. Salmon. No, thank you. No, thank you, sir. I've got the seeds. Oh my god, once again, I completely have forgotten that we have the mine carts open and available. Y'all, if you see me walking around, yell at me. Yell at me, because I don't need to be walking. I could take the carts. Highland cow. It's so cute, Humba. How are you doing? It's so fuzzy. It's
Do you mind if I buy an iridium rod?
Please get that iridium rod. Oh, I got coffee!
Thank you.
I keep telling chat to remind me that we can use the mine carts. I keep forgetting.
Oh no. Come on, chat, do better.
Like, especially with Stardew Valley Expanded, like, we need it.
Yeah,
Scream
we really
at me
do.
louder! Oh my god. Alright, I put them down there. They don't need to be high quality, right? Okay, what are my other things that I need? Yeah. An amaranth. Alright, so Shella's working on that one. Pam is thirsty. A pale ale, I don't have that. 10 slimes. I need a melon to Demetrius. George, a hot pepper. Melon and pepper. Melon and pepper. Melon and pepper. Okay. Solid. Solid. I'm gonna go and see if I can visit Demetrius first, then I'll go visit George. Yell at me in caps, minecart. Do it. I technically probably could have taken the minecarts up to this area, but it's too late now. And you were so lost. It's nice, but it really does, I mean, it's in the name. Like, it expands the map by so much. This is my first time playing it, and I feel like I'm not getting enough use out of the game with Expanded. Demetrius! He's not here. A Thursday? He might be in the center of town. He's not on the side over here. Like, by the playground, maybe? Where is he usually? Demetrius! Where's your Demetrius? Writing a note to yourself at work to somebody and you looked up to see that you were talking to Clint and I almost wrote, talk to Clint. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, Haley's here. Where the hell is Demetrius? Am I gonna have to look up his goddamn schedule? Yup. Demetrius. Come on. Is the website down for the Stardew Valley wiki? Demetrius. There. Search. Y'all, is the website down? I didn't disconnect my internet, right? Are we still live? Okay, yeah, their website is just down right now. Fuck! I need it! I live by it! Oh, I do! You're so right, I forgot! So... He's not up top. Bella's over on that side. The wizard is over there. Do y'all see him? This is like the worst version of Where's Waldo ever. He might be in Pierre's. I can't see him myself. he in here? No. Where is he? What am I missing? Demetrius. He would never go down there. Willie, there's Shella. Yo, where is this man? Oh my God. He was up there the whole time? So this is where the house is. He was to the right side. Motherfuck. Okay. Well, I'm already by George's, so that's fine. See, the problem with Stardew Valley Expanded is that they add so many other characters that, like, I'm overwhelmed by seeing the people on the map. Like, I just see moving figures and then my eyes just glaze over. There was too much going on. It was too distracting. It was just too much. Mines, please. Thank you. I swear to God, man, if you move. If you McFucking move. Hi. Hello. You still over here? He's going into his house. If you go to sleep before I even had a chance, I swear to God, I will throw this melon through your window and break it. Get back here. Maybe I can at least get the walleye tonight, right? It was the walleye, not the tiger trout. You bitch. You can get a mod for that. If you have the CBJ cheats mod, you can actually extend the days out. And you can also pause time. Which is really nice. Thanks for following, by the way. Welcome on in. It's really, really nice. Because sometimes you just want more time in a day. I really like farming sims that allow you to decide on the day's length yourself. And give you some control over it. Coral Island does that. Sunhaven does that. Not a lot of them do. Fae Farm came out with an update recently that does that. I'm just gonna softball toss it through the window. Yeah, you can do that with the mod. Yeah, you can pause it, or you can elongate, or even shorten the days. There's so many different time options. You're so right. What was I trying to fish from up here? What was I trying to get from up here? Why was I here? I guess I'll never know now. Rainbow trout? I don't think so. I don't have enough time. I should just go home. I thought the walleye was up here. Am I making that up? Maybe it's not. The website's going really slow. Walleye. No, river or mountain lake. 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm going back. I'm going back. I haven't caught it yet. We're going back. We went back. Lake and river. Okay. You're right. I was there for Demetrius, too. Multi-location. Okay. Hi, Chaos. He asked me if I had purchased it yet. I said no. I was going to wait. He gifted it to you. That's so nice. Oh, my God. Listen, Stardew Valley is the gift that keeps on giving. I love that. Lady Brittany, it's CBJ cheats, CJB cheats. It's on my Stardew Valley mod list. We don't have it installed here, so unfortunately I can't showcase it to you, but it works really well. Yeah, if you just scroll down, it's something cheats. CJB cheats, I think is it. Or CBJ. I'm sick of fishing chubs. Wait, no, I couldn't have been doing the walleye because that's rain only. It was something else up here. What was that? God, tiger trout? Was it the tiger trout? This is going to kill me. I'll look it up after I get back to the house because I feel like I'm already going to pass out. It's one of those. Tiger trout is river. Okay, then I did fuck it up. I did actually fuck it up. Oh, good. We needed the extra money anyway. We're starting to get poor. Anything under 6,000 is we can't afford to live. Thanks, Willie. Jackie, how's it going? Yeah, that's the one, Kitty. That's the one. All right, let's just head on into bed. Shella in bed yet? I don't know where Shella is. Oh, Shella's been sleeping. Walleye and eel are in the night rain. Okay. And Shella said that there's no rain coming up. That's what I wanted to do before. You're right. You're so right. Doc, when you're right, you're right. Same as real life. Pay rent and buy food and such. You know what they're starting to do now? They are starting to create articles about how millennials and Gen Z are splurging on groceries. To be clear, not that we're buying organic groceries. They're not making the avocado argument anymore. But the fact that we're even buying groceries. You're splurging if you're buying food to nourish your bodies. I hope everybody that writes an article like that stubs their toe. Aggressively. Like, oh, aggressively. Okay. Demetrius better be freaking around today. I'm gonna lose my cool. I'll lose it. I missed one in the middle. Oh, so hard for me to see. I might have Shella download that mod. I think I need it in this game. Like, I can tell it's a little darker, but not by much. I feel like that's a problem. Okay, I need a refill. You do splurge on food since you can't splurge on much else? Yeah, we do too. That's like the majority of the stuff that we spend money on now is food. 100%. And I don't know if it's because we're both neurodivergent. We're both depressed for sure. But I can't imagine making every single meal at home. And I don't mean that in a I can't cook sort of way. I'm a decent cook. I always say that I'm not, but I am. I think I'm a decent cook. But my problem is having the patience to cook after a long day. And I do really good with meal prepping, but about on the second or third day, I can't eat the same thing again. It makes me sick. Like, I had to eat the same things for 3 weeks when I had the really bad strep throat in the summertime last year. And it took me months to eat those again. Like, I hated them. All right, we still have amaranth. We still don't have a pale ale. Who am I missing for introductions? Just out of shits and giggles. Who the fuck is this little guy? Who is this person? I've literally... Actually, wait a minute. Are you telling me I never met Pierre? Hold up a minute. Are you telling me I never met Pierre too? Good, fuck you. That's Claire? I must have met her. I interacted with her. I gave her a gift. I'm gonna go and see if it's Pierre. Is that really Claire? Does Claire just stop existing if you destroy Joja? In Stardew Valley Expanded, I have to believe it's not true because there's multiple people working at Joja. Oh my god, it was Pierre this whole time.
Is it hi?
I hate it here. I hate it here. Diana! How are you doing, love? Thank you so much for the raid. Where were y'all streaming today? How was Stardew? We're playing Stardew with my wonderful friend Shella. We're doing Stardew Valley Expanded. Look at my bow. Do you like it? Hi, Catley. Hi, Diana. Hello. A round of cozy drinks, please. Cheers to some decaf coffee in the afternoon. Hi, Illidari. Hello. Hi, Pauline. Hi, Zex. Hi, Lady. Good to see you. Not the wish, Leah. Not the wish, Leah. I love Sophia. She's my pink-haired wine baby. She's so pretty. I love it, Zex. Thank you, sweetheart. How's Stardew going for you? Are you using mods? So we're doing Stardew Valley Expanded in our co-op farm, not in my solo player farm. And we did remix bundles. My mind is going 20 billion miles an hour. Shout out to everybody that streams Stardew Valley. Wait a minute. Did I just... There was a noise there. Are we sure I didn't get... That's the same noise that you get when you get the tin hat. But I didn't get it. Huh. Did they change that noise? Anybody know? I literally thought I just got the recycle hat. I got so excited and now I'm sad. Thank you for the follows. No mods, but Expanded is... I love it. I love Stardew Valley Expanded. I just wish... I mean, it's in the name. It's huge. We have the mine carts now, so it's not as bad. Yeah, these are Shella's, so if anybody wants to use those, she sends me her zip. She sends me her mod folder zipped every week because she keeps adding mods. I'm like, okay, just give them to me. So I have different mod folders, like, for my different farms that I play with people and my different solo farms. But, oh my god, thank you! I just got, like, this cute little fit going on for the fall time. I appreciate it. You can't seem to get the hair mod to work. Do you have the mirror? You have to go to Pierre's to buy the mirror in order for it to work. Like, that's the little contraption that you use for it. Okay, so I'm over here. So what else do we need for the fish? So we already said, was it the catfish that I was trying to get? Maybe that was the one. Spring and fall in the secret woods. Okay, so no. The night fishing we already did. Ocean fishing, sardine. How do we get a nice sardine? Are these all gonna be like rain fish? Oh my god, thanks, Diana. Yeah, mine is definitely way more cottagecore with my mods, and Shella's is more like, I like to call it vanilla plus. Yup, catfish is also rain. Okay, so sardine, come on. Come on, baby. The Stardew Valley wiki is literally hanging on by a thread right now with how much it's churning away. Maybe I can fish while it churns. Catfish is river and rain. Okay, does anybody know about sardine? Tell me. Tell me. Brandy, thanks for 4 months. Welcome on back. I appreciate it. Thanks for contributing to our enlarged PP. We're almost at the halfway point of 300. Thank you so much. Make sure to fill out the form, sweetheart. I got all new goodies for this last month. Dan, were you in the path of totality? So, Boston, was at like 97%. So I was like, okay, it's overcast. We're just gonna stream. But my spouse ended up running outside and could kind of see it through the clouds. So, yeah. Sardine is spring, fall, and winter between 6 and 7. Did it come up? Oh, it did. Okay. Is that it? No, it's an anchovy. Did I grab one already? And at the ocean. Okay, so I could definitely get a sardine today. Hopefully. Okay, I did not get a sardine yet. 90% nice. Were you, Brandy? That's awesome. You missed the butter churn stream? My arms killed me after that. Was it worth it for you? Was it? Doth it? That butter was delicious, though. Like, jokes aside, I mean, if y'all ever want to make your own butter, it actually is really easy. You just need 20 minutes and actually some muscle in your arms. Get a butter press, like a butter maker for 20 bucks off of Amazon. It's awesome. Oh, I got it! Oh my god, yay! We did it! I have the fish. Ba-dum. Thank God. Can we get some love and hype in the chat? I finally got a fish. I finally did it. I paid attention, and I got it right. You got tired, you ended up falling asleep when you woke up was starting to get lighter again. Hey, that's okay too. It's okay too. Hi, Christopher, how are you doing? How's it going? Welcome. Could I have a shout out in the chat for Christopher? I was lurking you. You were on this morning, right? You were playing Stardew this morning? Well, late night for you, I guess, but for me, it was this morning. Pretty sure I was lurking you on my breakfast today. Yay! What did we get? What did we get? Warp totems! Boring. But I guess I'll take it. The nightfish, raining. River fish, both of these are when it's raining, right? Right. Quality fish. The walleye is also when it's raining? Is that what y'all are saying to me? Yes. Okay, and then crab pot. Fuck, we need a crab pot. Oh! I can't even craft one. Shell is probably going to be able to craft one before I am. Do you need to get your fishing up for crab pot? Like, how do you unlock it for a craftable? Because I don't remember. Thanks, Golden. I appreciate it. Oh, you're so welcome. So we've been playing some Stardew today with my wonderful friend Shella. We're trying to work on the community center. We just began fall, so it's been a mad dash to like grow our crops that we need for the community center, get our fish done, and I'm just begging. I'm yearning for rain right now. I do be yearning for rain. I'm gonna throw that stuff away. I don't know if we will need the dulse seaweed, but I'm going to grab it anyway. Oh, and then Shella, while dumpster diving, got the trash catalog. So that's been fun making trash all over the yard. And we set this up. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag? We got the plastic bag right there. Now, I love, we're hitting the nail on the nose a little bit there. But I thought it was funny. Thanks for the follows. Welcome on in. Fish. Okay. And then we need the forageables. Okay. What else do I have over here for fish? So many chubs. Bella's like, I will make all the bait. What if I'm trying to get into Shella's mailbox, huh? Game? Huh? The game's like, you're not. Don't do it. We already fed the cows, right? Yeah. We haven't been letting the cows out. I feel like maybe we should. Oh, thank you! Shella did a lot of the designing. I did the little decorations. Okay, I don't have any mail. That's a federal crime. Well, I didn't think it was a federal crime also in Stardew Valley. I love how Stardew Valley is like so sweet and so laid back. And then suddenly they're like, wow, yeah, this is a federal crime. And then in year 2, what's his name? Who comes home? The husband. Jody's husband comes home. He's like, yeah, I was at war. And you're like, what? War exists in this universe? Oh, okay. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, pal. Kent, thank you. Shows you how much I remember him. Darzog, let's go. We're starting early tomorrow with Paley at 10 a.m. Eastern time because of the drops. Bluegrass makes them grow faster. I think that makes their heart level go up faster too. Oh, amazing. Hey, everybody, don't look at the shorts that I left by the bed. Thank you very much. You think it's wholesome, then Shane's like, I have a drinking problem, yes! Which you don't find out about until you have a cutscene either. Yeah, you're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry for judging you. But I'm also of the belief that, yes, he's got a great character arc if you look at all of his cutscenes. He truly does, okay? But he's such a mega bitch to you at the beginning. And, I still believe that everybody that goes after Shane and wants to date him, it's cheaper if you just go to therapy, babes, okay? You cannot change them! You can't! I know it's hard! Just like we can't change Abigail, okay? I love her, but like, she's gonna ruin her teeth and all the rocks that she eats. We can fix them. I will make it my mission! Yeah, bring on some new characters after a year. Well, I mean, we do get the addition of several new characters when you open up different... I'm gonna do this spoiler-free in case people haven't played it. Like, different areas. That helped. And by that time, you already have high friendship levels with a lot of them. Well, I didn't do this area, right? No. My God, it's even worse now. Giving us all the facts. Listen, facts, I gotta calls it like I sees them. Oh, it's so lovely. It's my favorite season in the game. I love the color change effects too, even if you don't use a recolor. It's really beautiful. And the leaves flowing through the air. Shall I do this area? Oh my God, I can't tell. Okay. Okay, full on. Is my astigmatism getting worse, or is this difficult for other people to see too? I want to know. I want to know if I should be making that eye doctor's appointment like maybe next week and not wait until we do an event stream. Because I could probably hold off on new glasses for a bit, but maybe I should get checked out by my eye doctor at the very least. Oh, God. It's so fun playing video games when you have really bad eyes, isn't it? It's bad, but you too have astigmatism? Yeah, my God. My God. Okay, I should go to the caves today and slay some slimes. I don't know what Shella's up to today. I don't think we reached the bottom of the mines. Oh, there's Shella bringing out her eggplant, waving it around. Another kill off of a character, but here's like a whole new family and some extra characters. That's traumatic if you're playing that as a kid. It was pre-named Fockers. For what reason? For what reason alone? Hey. I don't mind these shadow guys, but they kind of piss me off. Hey. Get the heck out of here. Get the heck out. It's a diamond, right? Ooh, nice. Come here, I need to slay 10 of you. Hey, stop being mean to me. Every time you're mean to me, this is who you're mean to. Thank you. That worked out really well. Maybe you're the anomaly? You can see it just fine? Maybe it's my monitor. Did you know that Kip got me 2 new monitors for Christmas and we still haven't installed them? We really should do that this weekend. A rusty spoon to the museum. Really eat something before y'all yell at me. Eye health, we can't put that off. Yeah. I mean, mine isn't that bad. So I used to get mine done every year when I was wearing contacts. And now they recommend, at least for me, I don't want to make a generalization over everybody, but at least for me, they are recommending once every 2 years because that's how much you can update your prescription. I'm going on year 3 now. So, like, I know I'm due, but it's not like it's been 5 years. It's just the whole ordeal is super expensive. Not so much get my eyes checked. It's the process of buying glasses because I have to basically almost get them custom made with my astigmatism issues. And so I don't have like the thick lenses. I need to get those shaved down, which is also expensive. We're on year 1, so we haven't even made it to the winter yet. But yeah, we're on year 1. Excuse you? How do I get to you? Hey. Hey. You wanna attack me, bro? Huh? Take this bone sword. Thank you. Oh god, yeah. I pay if I get one pair of glasses, and this is with our AAA, which is like a basic sort of discount if you're not from the United States. It's really like something that you use for your car, but you can have additional deals for other things in your life. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I wait for a sale, which is usually during the summertime for whatever reason. And oh, overpopulation, nice. Oh my god, nice job, Shella. Between that, my AAA, the sale, and my eye insurance, my glasses will still usually come out to like $600. And please note, I am not buying like Gucci, Dior, or whatever frames. I'm literally buying like a pair of cheap frames that just look good on my face. And they're close to $600. Your old insurance was better. My parents' eye insurance, or rather I should say my mom's eye insurance from the city of Boston through the teachers union was sick. It was so sick. They don't cover glasses. Yeah. Or they'll only cover it up to like a certain percentage. Oh no! Don't come after me, bro. So much money. So much! Ugh. Now I understand why Shella fought for her life in here. Oh my god, they're coming after me! Ah, you're no match for the bone. How many floors does the mine have again? This one, is it 120? It's been so long. Got another bat? Can y'all just heck off? Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. 120, all right. Get boned. You work for a university with a teaching hospital, and it's still bad, right? Remember that time that I had a health insurance job doing medical billing and we had the worst health insurance? That was fun. It was really fun. Ooh, yay! Crab! Oh my god, if I get a crab, we're good with the crab pot. I got a bomb instead. Okay, sure, why not? Why not? I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it right over here. Glasses are cheap in Australia, but everything else is bloody expensive. Yeah! At least when I see the prices, I feel like you in Canada are super expensive with a lot of things. But also, I don't know. I feel like a lot of things are... in hindsight, right? I'm sure that you get a lot of good cuts compared to some US stuff. Whereas we pay, like, insane taxes. Even if maybe our cost of living, depending on where we live, is not bad, or like our food or whatever is not bad, we still get screwed in other ways. Back here. Fight me. Aha. Oh, you're like right over here. Hi, Cody. Because of the sand? What do you mean the sand? What do you mean? A lot of my friends have been really good with buying glasses online, but if you have astigmatism, it does not work for you. Like Warby Parker, all those online websites, I tried it twice, and I thought it was me that I was putting my pupillary distance wrong, but they don't have to bend the lenses the way that you need for astigmatism. Or rather, they can't consistently bend the lenses the way that you need. So, like, it's just a waste of money for me to try and get 20 buck glasses that just don't work out. Wow, Tommy, that's amazing. I actually never knew that. You love to see it, bestie. Yeah, Zenny. I used to get Papa Violet's glasses at Zenny. Worked out great for him. For his regular and his reading glasses. We did it! What did I get? Oh, the slammer? My name is Violet. But also, I want that just so I can sell it. So I'm gonna leave. I want to make some money. Glasses are made with glass. Is this how I find this out in this chat right now? Who the hell is Gertrude? Are you telling me right now this is how I find out? You heat. They're made out of sand? This is fascinating to me. Wow. Hit or miss with the online places. You can get the frames though, and then, yeah. And they do that at my local place. They're like, hey, you can actually bring in your frames. And then, we'll put the glass into it so then you're not paying the price for frames. But, like, I'm so nervous to do that. I feel like the frames would break because of how custom mine need to be. Does that happen to anybody? Or are y'all usually, like, good when you do that? Because if I could get, like, a second... Like, if I get a brand new pair, right? And then my second pair... I could just reuse these glasses, like reuse the frames, because these frames are great. Like, there's no scratches, there's no discoloration. I could still keep these frames, just put the new lenses in. That would be heckin' dope. That would be so cool. Monster drops. Polycarbonate, which is very durable plastic and lighter than glass. Interesting. Hold on a second. This is going to be like a weird question to ask, but is that part of the reason that I feel like my glasses never get clean anymore? We don't need these. We can sell these. Maybe it's like a weird thing to say. Maybe I'm just a greasy individual. But, like, I wash my glasses, I kid you not, every day. And I feel like they never truly get clean. I use the microfiber cloth. I do everything. The liquid one just cooled. Really? I love the scientists in this chat right now. Can we please just put some love in the chat? Tell me more, mighty scientists. Tell me more. Oh, Shella got a tiger trout. How the hell did she get a tiger trout? Okay. Hi, sorry, I forgot to put my nut away.
Oh. Oh.
You're gonna think I did that on purpose, but I really didn't.
You brought your nut to bed?
Yeah, my mistake. I was telling Chat, like, oh god, I gotta go to the community center tomorrow.
You don't need any excuses. It's
okay.
Fine.
All right. Okay.
I get it.
Tiger trout doesn't need rain. What was I doing before? Why couldn't I get it? What was wrong with me? Chat, don't answer that question.
The Queen of Sauce is on.
Lovely. Okay, I'll be right there.
With tortillas.
Delicious. Oh, the merchant we got today too.
Shell, yeah.
Tortillas. It is a river fish though. So that's where I screwed up. 3 companies control a majority of the glasses brands in the United States, including the Vision Centers, Ophthalmology Centers. That sounds about right. It's like 2 to 3 companies that are controlling most business subsets. Like, same thing with film and TV. Makes sense. Hate it. Loathe it entirely. But that checks out now. Fishing in the wrong spot. Okay. Well, at least we got one. At least Shella did it right. I'm sad. Okay, the kitty doesn't listen. Look at Shella bouncing around. Sorry, I got distracted watching you.
Oh.
It's so funny seeing you from the side.
You like my yams?
I do. Can I get some yams in chat? It's the same in every other industry. Yeah. Awful. Awful. Hi, sweet babies. Are you ready to get milked yet? Does Marnie work on Sundays? I should make my way down to Marnie anyway. I mean, we're going down that way anyway. All right, we're gonna see if we can get a bucket. The Highland cows are so cute. They're so cute. What's the percentage of, like... What's the rate on those? Oh, cutscene. Wah! Why is Waluigi in this game? Is it the wizard? Are you screaming? Oh. Nope. It's Jazz. What do you want? You got lost in the woods chasing a squirrel. Maybe you shouldn't have. I got you back. Was that it? Is Marnie gonna yell at her now? Are you working, Marnie? Oh, there she is.
You say hi?
Bella, thanks for the raid! How are you doing today, sweetheart? What were you playing? Hi, BB. Hi, Munchkin. Hi, Tessa. Hi, Betterkind. Hi, Sinead. Hi, is it Psycho? Hello. Hi, Erin. Hi, Karina. Hi, The Plan. Welcome on in. Thanks for the follows. If you're new here, hey, hi, hello. My name is Violet. I love playing cozy games over here on Twitch. And, we're having a good time with Stardew Valley today. I'm so excited for week 2 of the Palia drops tomorrow. Bella, are you excited? Are you excited, my love? I hope you had a great stream. You were just chatting. What were you doing? What were you talking about? You got a cow and you got a yak. How could you not love that? Doing our weekly co-working stream today. Oh my god, that's awesome! Hell yeah, let's go. We did our second ever co-working stream earlier today. Because a co-working game came out, basically a Pomodoro game, or rather Pomodoro technique that was gamified with Spirit City Lo-Fi sessions. We had a great time. I was reading myself, if we got any readers in here. I was on the second book of the Empyrean series, aka the sequel to Fourth Wing, aka Iron Flame, and chat was laughing the entire time because I had no chill reading it. I was like, what the heck is going on? What is happening right now? I am unwell. I am not okay. It was a lot for me, okay? It was a lot. And I'm only like 17% of the way through. A lot for me to handle. I like you so much already. Oh my god. I also have a Goodreads if anybody is interested in that. ! Goodreads. Thanks for the follows. You haven't had time to read? I've been reading at night lately, but last week, oh my god, my butt got kicked and I would only read for about 5 minutes and then I would just pass out. My spouse had to forcibly remove my Kindle from my hands. Yeah, there's my Goodreads. I add everybody back, so if you want to follow my reviews or see what I'm up to, I will just say as a forewarning, we do not judge in here what you like to read or what you don't like to read. We don't gatekeep. All reading is welcome. Right now, I'm in my romantasy and spice era. So, just so you're aware of the type of books that you might see me adding to my feed. It's so good. Betty, it's so good. Oh my god, thank you. companion drops in Palia. They are gonna be your new drops for this week that you'll really like. I don't know if I can tell you what they are yet, but you're gonna like them. I promise. All right, we got a milk pail. Wait, do we need a heater? I guess we don't need to spend money on that yet. I guess we don't need to. Fantasy and historical fiction era. I love that. I need to read more historical fiction. I really got into that about... God, when was my historical era? About 10 years ago? Listen, I was in my dystopian era for like also 10 years at this point. Oh! What is... Does Shella know that I don't want to use this because if she completed this... This is her prize ticket, so I'm going to give that to her later, okay? Chat, remind me. Remind me. Did we make Mel cry? Did she read the card? Gotta sell these two first. Okay. Now we can process our geodes. Oh my god, we got so many. I might not have enough room. She did. I'm so glad. I miss her already. I really do. She was literally the best CM. Your shifter romance era. Let's go. I've been getting into a little bit more paranormal lately and like Omegaverse, but I got a little scarred because I wasn't anticipating a certain scene with nodding. If you know, you know. So it was a lot for me. I haven't been back since. I tried reading Bride by Ali Hazelwood, and I'm like, is this lurking in the shadows? And I haven't continued. I'm only like maybe 50 pages in. I got too scared. Listen, listen. I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum. But also, in that same vein, it's like a jump scare. You're not expecting it. Okay? Not again. I need to tell the people to beware. Because it's just going everywhere. Are you serious? 5 o'clock on the dot! Clint, I hope you stub your toe. They're shared? Oh, lovely! Then let me just break into Mayor Lewis's house. Thank you. Pregnancy tropes? Yeah. Yeah, there are some tropes that I'm not a huge fan of. But I don't want to make anybody feel bad. So I will say the ones that I like. Enemies to lovers is probably a number 1. I like fake dating. I liked forced proximity. I feel like those are my favorites. Yeah, I feel like those are my top favorites. He closes at 4 most days. He needs to stay open longer. I will not stand for this. Actually, somebody said I didn't need to have that, right? I don't know what this is, but what are those? Are those the seeds that... Broccoli! Did we tell Shella? Does Shella know? I have fantastic news.
What is it?
I have broccoli seeds for us.
You found some?
So, I don't know if you grabbed your ticket from completing that quest. So go to the main, the big quest board in town, like the big one, the one by Lewis's house. And,
oh, for the fishing quest?
Yeah. So because you completed that, we each get a ticket. And I went to Mayor Lewis's house. And I put my ticket in, and I got broccoli seeds from that.
Oh, I didn't get broccoli seeds. I got mystery boxes.
Oh, I like that too, though.
I'm glad you got broccoli seeds, though. I've literally been like, where are they?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Let me run to the community center, then I'll come back and I'll plant them. Do you want me to just plant them in the circle where we have the amaranth? Like, I'll just do the rest of that? Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Chat, we're doing so good. Listen, the first time I read ACOTAR, I DNF'd it as well. I gave it another shot because people were like, please, Violet, you'll really like it. And the second time, I was like, 2.5 stars. Then the third time, I was like 3 stars. And then I got to ACOMAF, and I was like, wow, all of this pain was worth it. But also, it's really hard to explain that to somebody that's like, hey, if you put yourself through misery, it's worth it. It's like, But people don't have that much time and they want to read books that they already resonate with. So, like, I get it. I get it. But yeah, the broccoli is there. Okay. What else did I have? The tiger trout. Ella should know. She got the same thing. Well, she got the tickets, but I think the ticket machine is set up differently for each of us. So she started it off first. The quality? No, the crab pot. Where? What was the tiger trout for? Oh, there it is. River fish. Okay. Okay, we're good. We're leaving. Oh my god, graphic audio. I love them. I'm re-listening to Fourth Wing right now. I'm waiting for Iron Flame to come out on graphic audio. Part 1 is when? Next month? It's so good. It's so good. You're just gonna leave it for a while? Yeah! Like I said, it took me... The first time I read it, I didn't... By the time I came back to it, it was 1.5 years, almost 2 years later. That's what I say. Listen, if I DNF something, I will say... Sometimes, maybe I'm just not in the mood. I mean, not in the right headspace for it. You know? It doesn't mean that it's forever. It just means, like, I am not in the mood to read this right now. It's not sticking with me right now. But, I might come back to it. And if you feel the same way, you know. You do you, baby. You do you. Oh my, yeah, I have a lot of TBRs. I get a lot as well. Okay. And I can probably sell those ones. Gotta clear up some of my inventory. I don't have the room. Okay, so this was good to sell. This was good to sell. I'm gonna keep the slime. What are monster drops again? Here. Duh, the one that says slime on it. What the heck is a sonar bauble? Yo, she's been keeping so much stuff from me. Okay, she's going to bed. Oh my god, this is so pretty. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna run in. Do we not have a chest in here still? Shit. Okay. It's cool. It's fine. We'll make one in the morning time. Chat, remind me to make a chest in the morning. Easily, thank you for the hydrate. Let me get tucked into bed and then I will sip. On paperback, yeah. I'm a paperback girly, so I get it. Drink water with me, chat. Take your meds if you need to. Take your meds if you need to. We will be here all of the time. What time is it? What time is it? Damn, 6:30. We've been doing so good with these longer streams, chat. Thanks for being here and hanging out with me. Chronically ill who? Still me. But she's doing better. She's doing so much better. Alright, I got a chest made. No. There we go. I did it. Alright. Oh my god, look at our cows! They're so cute! Woohoo!
Hey, milk here often.
What'd you just say to me?
I thought you were milking. Is that not what you're doing?
No, I was, but I didn't.
Oh.
You scared me. It was like a, hold up a minute.
No, it's just I would know that sound anywhere is all.
Explain yourself.
I've been playing this game a lot. That's all.
That makes sense. That makes total sense. Yeah, yeah. Chat, should I be concerned about Shella? Yes or yes? Hi, Mayo! How are you doing? 11:22 p.m.? Where's everybody from in chat? If you feel comfortable, of course, you can just give me the country or, like, your nearby, like, capital city. I'm in Boston, Massachusetts, USA. Oh! Shella, you made everything so pretty!
Do you like it?
It's so cute!
I just wanted a little bit more like structure. Everything felt like it was floating.
Please, I love it.
Connected it with paths and stuff.
It's so good.
They call me Pathing Percival.
All right, Percival.
That's my name.
Don't wear it out.
Don't wear it out. Oh,
You're doing well today. Glad to hear it. Northwest England. I loved visiting London. If I could move anywhere in the world and know that I could live there permanently, it would definitely be England. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Germany! Guten Tag! This is... Pauline, I feel like you just met me, but ich liebe dich. I'm half German. My father's from Germany. From the UK, but you live in France. Arkansas, Minnesota, East Coast Canada. Cool. Western New York, Arizona. We got folks all over the place. I love it. You love to see it. Hi, Avril. Welcome on in. Colorado. One of my best friends lives in Colorado. She lives by Colorado Springs. Right? Yes. Colorado Springs.
I have a book here. You read a lot of fanfic, and it's called Woody's Secret, so I was wondering if you would be able to tell me what this was about.
Absolutely. It's about Woody and his secret. His secret wood.
If I read it, will I learn more?
Yes, you'll learn more about the wood.
Okay.
What have you learned?
You're right. I learned that I can get 5% chance to yield double the wood.
Double the wood, double the fun.
That's what they always have told me.
Who is they?
Oh, what's that? You need me home for dinner? Okay, coming, Mom.
I cannot stand her! Once again, this stream is too good today, and I'm gonna have too many clips that I'm gonna have to put together myself tonight to post on TikTok. Doesn't she think of me? She's so selfish. She's funny like this. Get out of here. Get out. Please make sure you're following Shella if you're not already. One of my besties. We do Magical Mondays every Monday together with some sort of co-op game that's cozy. In the past, we have done for weeks, we did Sunhaven, we did Minecraft, which was my first time, and now we're in our Stardew era. You can definitely plan on me trying to convince Shella to play Coral Island when the co-op 1.2 update comes out at some point this year, hopefully. So I think y'all will be in for a little treat-a-rooski. Coming up with lots of content for your socials. I mean, all I gotta do is exist, and Shella takes care of it for us. Oh my god, Avril, thank you! That means a lot to me. Thanks for coming on over. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you. We found an artifact! Cool. Well, does that mean you have to stop processing my geodes? Like, did you have to kick me out like that, man? Come on, Clunt. Your grandparents came from Germany. Cool. Love that. Yeah, Pauline, my father came from a mountain town called Osterode. I think it's southern Germany? I don't know. I've never visited. All right. Clunt, you hopefully did good for us today. Okay, so Gunther. Actually, if I can sell it, then it'll be available to me, right? Oh. Sandstone, Gunther. Okay, good. But everything else I should be able to sell. What else does Gunther do? Does he just stand here all day and wait for us to hopefully donate something? Like, could that man donate something himself? Like, not to be mean, but like, couldn't he? I don't really know how Shella wants to have this whole thing set up, and I'm afraid I'm gonna ruin her vision. There's so much pressure here, y'all. Okay. And then, I mean, I'm gonna, okay. What's about, bear! Large bear and another chicken statue! Oh my god, Shella's gonna be so pleased with this. Can I not sell the dwarvish helm? Because apparently Shella already contributed one. I might just try and sell it on my lot. We'll try that. It's in the north and it's a neighboring... Are you kidding me? It's a neighboring town of your city. Amazing. I've seen so many pictures from there, and it's basically... Just looks like a dollhouse town. It looks beautiful. Especially like with all the Christmas markets. She's definitely doing it in Rainbow, but I feel like I'm running out of items in certain places where to place them. Chuck it in the bin. She's moved the bin. Where did she move the bin? Ma'am?
Oh, hey.
Where's the shipping bin?
Oh, I just put it right here.
Oh, duh. Oh my god, how did I not see that? I'm unwell.
And Chat's water dish is right here, so we'll stop forgetting to water them.
Oh, thank goodness. Chat's been so thirsty. I bet they've been so dehydrated.
Honestly, yeah. More of a hassle, really, than I like to deal with. So.
I know. Okay, we got that. Got that over there. Chat, where should I put this enormously large bear? Oh, I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. I got that for you.
Thank you.
I actually got it from the museum, but it's for you.
Oh, well, thanks. You're so nice.
Don't put me out in the rain. It's not raining yet. You need a little wash. All right? You need a little wash. I love that we just have trash over here. Like, oh, wow, everything's so cute and aesthetic. Trash. Want to get more bars made. Also get some more quartz made, too. Hey, Will, are you calling me a filthy bear? Because I resent that. No! All I'm saying is that a little water never hurt anybody. Unless you drown, but, like, you should be fine. You're right by the edge of a cliff. I'm sure you'll be great. Oh my god. Have we always had, like, pumpkin decor, or is this from a mod? That looks so cute. I like how... Did I put this over here? I like the plastic bag touch on that side, personally. Oh, I never changed my hair. We should do that. From my wheel. Okay, hairstyles. Oh, that's pretty. Should I try and do like a brown? Should we do something wild? Oh my god. I've become Rapunzel. Oh, that long purple. Oh my god, I really liked that one. Oh no, I can change the colors on these ones. Like a 60s do. The braid is cute. Oh, those braids are cute. Is it actually changing? Okay, JK, apparently I can't change that. Oh, no, wait, I was on hats that whole time. Unbelievable. Thank you so much for the follow. There we go. How do I make brown? Chat, how do I make brown? Alex, you absolute legend. Thank you so much for gifting out a sub to Abigail Eats Rocks. What are you gonna fish up today, my sweet friend? You tell me right now. Weenie. Thank you so much. How's it going? Isn't it so cute? I love fashion sense, and then Shell and I have just been downloading like a bunch of hairs. But Shella has way more hairs than I do, and I'm like overwhelmed by all the selections. That's pretty. I think I want some of the wilder hairs, like one of the cuter colors. That I don't really need to pick. Oh my god. Oh, that's so pretty! But I feel like that doesn't work with our bow. That's pretty. Okay, can I change the base of that one? Okay, okay. Okay. Oh my god, that's so cute. I'm keeping that one. I am so cute. Look how fluffy. Oh
God, you dyed your hair. It looks so
did
good.
It.
It looks so pretty.
Oh my god, no, stop you. These gold bars take forever.
Yeah, they really do.
I still need that in the morning time. Okay. And then... watering can. Okay. All the hairstyles. You're a hairstyle. I didn't even put the gold bars in here. Fiddle with the second and third sliders. I think that's what I did. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. You're dressing.
Yeah, I'm naked.
Alex, how's your day? I just stared at her and went into bed. Oh, she came in after me. Oh my god, that's Tommy, that's amazing. When did you find out?
Do you want to save up to upgrade the house?
Yeah. Let's get a kitchen.
Yeah, I feel like I want to cook. I think we can actually afford the house upgrade. We just need the materials, maybe?
Oh, sick. Okay.
Also, it's going to rain tomorrow, so...
All right.
You can go upgrade your watering can.
Finally. Oh my god, this is the best day of my life.
Big
okay.
day.
What did I just grab? I did that way too fiercely. Okay, cool. Do you mind watering where we're supposed to? Goodness. Just needed to slip into something a little more comfortable. Happens all the time. Understandable. Why am I the way that I am? Need to remind Shella to make some cheese. Nope. Starting to lose my brain a little bit. Cheese presses, there we go. I figured it out, chat, after a while. Hi, Nicole! Oh my god, do you like it? Etsy! I got a sweatshirt, too, that says Pelican Town on it. But I love this hat so much. How are you doing, sweetheart? I'm not a cap girly, but you make me want to be. I never thought I could be one. I thought I was strictly a beanie girly. Sometimes a nice floppy witchy hat. I don't know what overcame me last year. I was like, wow, I actually really like baseball caps. You can do it if you want to. I know you can. Shella took off her hat. I just noticed that. Her squatting every single time kills me. I got you, baby. How are you doing? Oh my god. Today's Monday, right? Happy last day of the DS store, everyone. Nicole, you made me think of it because either I think you're doing like a goodbye stream, right? For them? Like to say goodbye to the DS? Did you do this side? Okay, I think we're good now. I was so confused. Oh, last night you did a goodbye stream. It's the end of an era, man. I don't know why it's making me tear up, but it is. I put so many hours into New Leaf that it's just wild. Wild. 21 minutes! Can we get some love in the chat for the Nintendo DS? Seriously, such an incredible system. Such an incredible system. I was even playing with it like up to 5-10 years ago, and I was still getting like street passes from people. Ripperoni, indeed. Ripperoni. I know, same. I cannot even begin to tell you how many New Leaf towns I had. Probably 10. At any given point, I had about 10. Because remember, y'all, or maybe you don't remember, so I'll tell you. It was different than what happened with the Switch in Animal Crossing, where you had to have different Switches to have different copies of the game. Back in ye olden days, you needed one Nintendo DS, and all the game cartridges just kept the town to that game cartridge. So it was a lot cheaper to have multiple towns. All right. Oh my god, I didn't take it with me. I gotta go back. Y'all, I had one thing to do, and it was to bring my watering can, and y'all didn't say a damn thing. I'm so disappointed in you. You're supposed to hold me accountable. Aurora, you miss Nintendogs? I do too. I want a remaster of Nintendogs. Give me that. Schedule's posted. Did you get it? Let's go, Tommy! Hell yeah. Proud of you. Just get it. We get some hype in the chat for Tommy. Love and hype. 5 cards, especially when you buy copies of AC and Alfred. I know. You can still get cheap ones at, or at least you could the last time I went in at GameStop. You were selling them for, like, super cheap. The street passes will still be active because the local interactive is just online servers that are going down. Oh, okay. That's nice. At least about the street pass. But I'm sad because it's not, you know, a lot of people just don't carry them around anymore with them. Thanks, Clunt. Okay, the day is young. Should we drink mayo? Yes. Let's try and go to the mines. We literally just need... What was it? 10 more floors, I think? Let's try it. Your first time running a marathon instead of just doing hosting commentary? That is awesome! Tommy, you got this. It's in the bag. In the bag, baby. Doing big things. I thought Street Pass was ending, so I started bringing my 3DS to cons again last year. But I bet that that was really cool because I'm sure a lot of other folks did too, right? Oh my god, can you please heck off? Thank you. I used to bring mine with me everywhere. And especially the Pokemon that came out with the DS, I know there were several, but it came with like the speedometer Pokeball. Does anybody remember what I'm talking about or know what I'm talking about? I took that with me everywhere. The speedometer and my DS. It was awesome. I loved it. Stop whacking me. I have bad luck today. What's up, Icarus? Hello, darling. Bless you?
Did you die?
Me? No. What happened?
It says disconnected.
What? Really? I'm in the mines.
Okay.
Yeah, am I off stream?
I'm still here too. It just says in the text box that we're disconnected. from the game session.
Oh my god. No, I'm still
here. Can you see me type?
Yeah, it says you said hi. Hold on,
Interesting.
I got a bat flying my way. Hold on 1 second. I'll type back to you. I'm still here? Okay.
We're back, apparently. I don't know.
Okay. I never disconnected an OBS, right? I don't know why that's like my biggest fear now. Especially on Magical Mondays. I don't even know how to type back. I'd never abandon you, I promise.
No. I thought that you disconnected, and I was like, oh no.
I might gift you trash, so but it made me think of you in that moment.
What?
I mean, I might gift you trash, but I once again made it worse. Everyone bought their DS and Pokewalker. I was, and that's why I brought you that bear. Because I was like, oh, this bear gives great hugs like how Shella does. Is that better, chat?
How do you know?
Well, because the fire went out last night and I needed warmth, so like you were there and
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Get in the naughty corner. I deserved that. Hey, stop it. Stop bouncing into me. Oh my god, why are you aggressive? You're so aggressive. Got coal from you. Deserved. Oh, that's awesome, Icarus. Did y'all have a great time? These goddamn bats in these last levels. Miserable. Oh, thank God. Oh! Come over here. Don't you do that to me. Just coming on in and being nice. Rena, thank you so much for 6 months. Welcome on back. Rena, make sure you fill out the PP form. We got all new goodies for April. Thank you so much for the long time sub love and support. And for extending our big, huge PP. Can't even imagine what it's up to today. We're inching towards our next goal of 150. For... what is it? The surprise cosplay. And chat gets to choose the theme. You get to choose the theme. I've got some good things coming, though. Hi, Field Snack! I haven't eaten any of you today. You've multiplied by 7. I hope that's okay with you. I hope you don't mind. Get away! The weather was gorgeous. That's awesome. I know a lot of people, myself included, had it overcast in our area. We were not in the path of full totality, but we were at 97%, something like that. So Kip ran outside. I was like, well, I'm here. I'm working. I'm hanging out with y'all. I'm good. Life is good. I'll look at photos. I'm okay with it. You're prolific. Yeah. And I bet like scientists want to study you. The fact that I was able to duplicate you so many times, you know? Everyday normal human things. Obviously. If I can at least just get to 115, that would be great. Over here. Come here. Come here. Stop being afraid of me. Oh, bomb? I'll go and bomb a different area. Yeah. Yeah, we were super close to it, but no cigar. My nephew, his university shut down. He's in New Hampshire. And he was in the path of totality and took some really awesome photos. So I'm going to share that in Discord later tonight. Nice, I'm glad. I bet a lot of those areas were with the eclipse glasses. Yeah. It got so dark out. Like, because Kip ran in and was like, oh my god, it's really cool. And I'm like, oh my god, it's really dark in here. Because I got windows here and there. But the eclipse itself, so hard to explain, but like In the morning time, the sun rises behind the house in the backyard, which is beautiful for taking the dogs out to poop. It is really pretty. And then it sets in front of the house. But the eclipse during the time that we were seeing it was to the left side of the house. So, like, we didn't have a window that was facing that area. You would have had to go outside. You were too, Field Snack, yeah? Your work let everyone go outside and your manager got us all glasses, sun chips, and space Oreos. I love that. Very fitting. I'm glad a lot of people really enjoyed themselves today. I don't know, y'all. You know, the world is on fire. We got a lot of things that we got to worry about. And I'm just happy that there was something that a lot of people could genuinely enjoy today. I'm a firm believer of enjoying the little things and romanticizing life. And anybody that could romanticize life today by viewing the eclipse or viewing it through the lens of other people and their photos, good for you, baby. We made it through something really cool together. And there's something very beautiful and poignant about that. Noticeably dimmer. Moon pies, orbit gum, and starbursts. I love that. With no clouds for you. Wow. Yeah, nice little bit of joy. Someone got the eclipse while on the plane. So many cool eclipse photos on Twitter. Oh, man, I can't wait to check it out. I bet that's a really, really dope. What time is it right now? 6:50. No, Shella wants to do another day or not. Oh, I can make a cheese press, everyone. I can press the dairy now.
Oh, you can make cheese?
Yeah.
Well, I like cutting it, so.
Awesome.
We're going to make a great team.
We fit together like two puzzle pieces.
I love it.
Do you want to do one more day or do you want to call it here? I wasn't sure how long you wanted to stay on tonight.
Let's do one more day and then we can call it.
Sounds good.
So that way I can get the house upgrade.
All right. Oh, chat loves you.
Chat loves me.
Wait a second. Shella, wait.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Okay. I think we have to wait till our next in-game day, but... That's all I'll say. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe you can confirm in chat, but I believe you have to get your first existing animal to love you. And then Marnie will send you something in the mail the next day. And you can get a second animal. Is this correct? Is this true? Are we truing right now? What do I make? Wood, stone, hardwood, and copper. Okay. Oh my god, hi.
Hi. I was just checking on the cows.
On the milk? Okay.
Yeah, just looking at the milk.
Right.
Got more ancient fruits.
Oh, do we not have any wood? Are we out of wood, or did you take it for
I have
Robin's?
all of it.
Okay.
I will be right back.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
You might want to cut down some trees, though. It's not going to be much.
Okay.
Coming back.
Stella's like, I'm giving you nothing. From different boxes. 2 different fonts. There we are together. Cheese tax. The cheese tax. I can't wait for tomorrow when we all come together for Breaking Dawn. You named my daughter after the Loch Ness Monster, Nicole? What if I did? Yeah, once you get past the first week, it's good. You're good to go. You are good to go. No, honestly, through your 3rd or 4th playthrough, you could min-max, but I also feel the same way as you do when I'm playing a new farming sim game. I also tend to min-max. But then I very rarely keep that farm. Because then you learn what to do, and you're like, oh my god, I've been doing this all wrong, or I wasted time, blah, blah, blah. So then you start another playthrough. I get it. I did the same with Coral Island. But also my issue with Coral Island is that there's so many hot people, and I'm bisexual. And I wanted to save for all the people that I wanted to date. So, why I have like 4. Very hard being me. Icarus, I was telling this to Lady Brittany earlier. CGB cheats, CJB cheats can do this for you. Where you can control the time to pause it, but you can also make it faster or slower if you want to end up extending your day. Of course, it's just for PC, but it does exist out there. It's so many. It's like literally a hot people simulator. It's so good. Oh, I need more wood. 45. One more tree and I should be good to go. Do we have any more wood? We do. Chat, I was concerned. There was a severe lack of wood. Should have gotten the Eclipse mince gums and made them into glasses.
I brought home 25 wood for you.
Beautiful. I think I can make my second cheese press.
Ooh.
Woo! Press and cheese. Press and cheese. Thanks for your help with the fish. You're so welcome. Oh, I got a farm computer. Thanks, Robin. Thanks, Jazz, for being lost. Blackberry season. The bushes are full of them. Oh, the basket is in the middle, right? We gotta go and get the basket. Biscuit. Awesome. Yeah, we don't know when the Coral Island update is coming out, but I know it's soon, TM. And we can go on dates and just outings with people. I'm so excited. It's gonna be so good. Okay. Why I was doing more of this. I think I just thought, hey, maybe we will need more copper. Okay. Where's Linus's basket again? It's up here, right? Is it through this? Or is it the other way? There it is. Right? Yeah. I got it. The berry basket. You appreciate the art style, though. It's well done. Yeah, I like pixelated art styles a lot. But there's something really beautiful about this specific pixelated art style. It's very nostalgic without being overtly so. And it's still its own thing. Shall put poop in the to-do list. Fairy tax. Yeah, very much so, Icarus. Definitely. More of Coral Island in this game. Well, I think Coral Island did a lot of things a lot better for quality of life gameplay elements than Stardew Valley did. And I love Stardew Valley. Don't get me wrong, but it's not a perfect game. Like, there's constructive criticism. I think it could be more accessibility friendly. It obviously could be a little bit more queer friendly with adding pronouns to the game. It could be way more diverse than what we've got with the existing vanilla characters and the townspeople. So there's a lot of things that I like about Coral Island that I feel like did it better. But Stardew Valley laid the foundation. So I'm excited about Haunted Chocolatier, where I feel like a lot of my issues will be satiated because it's going to be a new game. Barrett, thanks for the hydrate. Feel more approachable. Yeah. For sure. Okay, what did I want to do? So I went over here for Linus, but like, was there something else? Oh my god, one more slime. It's 4:40. You think we can get through 5 more floors in the mines today? I don't know. Let's try it. Here, I'm gonna drink some coffee so maybe I can go a little faster. Let's go! Run, 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 run. Oh my god, I love the diving and, like, the cleaning up the ocean mechanic. So good. Where's the honking coming from? Sorry, Eric, my stomach. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's coming from the pond. Not to alert you. Not to scare you. It was coming from the pond in the game. Oh! If I defeat you, I defeat the other quest that I have. Get fucked. We did it. It makes you feel like you're actually making a difference with cleaning up the island. Yeah! Because you can actually see your work being done. Which I find super dope. Makes a lot of sense. Alright, last 4 to go. Ooh, this is a big one. Hi, Jay. How's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Fuck off. Oh, this is one of those times where I wish I had a bomb. There's a lot of rocks to hit over here. I don't know what Shell is up to today, but I am not feeling lucky, especially with all these creatures coming on in. I'm gonna keep Shadow Man inside. At least for the time being. Willie, how are you doing? You know what it might be? Coral Island lets you start with 2 rows of inventory space. Oh god, yeah. And then you have another game like Sunhaven who doesn't gatekeep the inventory at all. You start playing, you've got full access to your inventory, which is cool. Ooh! Ah! Everybody, fuck off. Right now. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god! Oh, that was a direct hit, sir. Sir? Sir. Sir. Stop it. I think I needed fire quartz for something. Can't remember. Don't die. I'm trying not to, but I realized I did not come in here prepared with enough food. So, good luck to us all. I might die. Don't do. All right, I'll try not to. Jackie, so those are the ones I use in my solo save. If you're looking for the ones today, they're going to be on Shella's mod list. So I linked that separately in the chat. Some of them are the same. Like, some of the mods we use for both saves are the same, but wouldn't be able to tell you which ones. I think it's the fishing mod and then maybe one of the hair mods. Oh, Shella got the walleye. Oh my god, you're brilliant. Well, I'm trying to get through the caves. Oh god, no, you're fine. You're so fine. Listen, I promise I have not had the time to work on it. I'm so sorry. I still would love to do a how to install Stardew Valley mods video for you for YouTube. Hopefully I can start working on it next week. But I know it'll help a lot of y'all in here, and it would be my pleasure to do it. We can just go down to the next floor. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm going. Bye. Okay, one more. One more, chat. Please, God, let me have enough food to sustain this. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. What if I die? Yeah, I just think it would be nice because it can be really overwhelming with the amount of programs. Yes! The amount of programs you need to install. But it's really not that bad. It's just tedious. We found the skull key. Woohoo!
You say hi?
We did it! Hi, Daphne! Mallory, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you party people up to today? Welcome on in, Warrior, Tater, Molly, Rabble, Jenny's, hi. Hi, D. Hi, Coupon Nut. Hi, Spectral Hide. Hello. How are the Sims today? Are you doing a challenge? Did you do building? Oh, we had a lovely stream. Thanks for sending your friends on over here. Hello, if you're new here. My name is Violet. We love playing some cozy variety games over here on Twitch. Lately, we've been playing a lot of Stardew Valley. And Stardew Valley. And Stardew Valley. And Palia. And Supermarket Sim. And Stardew Valley. I don't have a problem. I can stop anytime I want. Okay? I just choose not to. Obviously. We were playing some Sims 4 and playing with the Paranormal Pack. Oh, fun! Because the Paranormal Pack, so generic raid message it is. You know what? That's totally fine. Was it lewd? Because listen, we're okay with that there. We're okay with that here. Was it like a vampire pun? Like, oh god, no! Paranormal, so like vampires. Oh god, don't bite my neck! Oh my god! Awful! Thank you! Thanks, Mallory. I appreciate that. Shella did a lot of the decorating. So most of this is her. That's not my underwear. Look away, okay? Thank you.
I wasn't sure if you were going to make it. I got nervous.
Oh, I got to the bottom of the mines. I was like, no, chat, we can't. We have to keep going.
Oh, you made it to the bottom of the mine?
Yeah!
Nice!
I got the skull key. Hey, thanks.
I wonder if I get it by default. I'll look really quick.
If not, you can just go to the bottom and get it through the chest, I'm sure.
Oh, I do have the skull key.
Oh! Yay! Another successful...
Let me just hide these really quick.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We had a raid and I said, it's not mine. But also not yours. Yeah, it's the bears. It's the bears.
Yeah, that's definitely not either of our underwear.
Yeah.
So, nothing to see here. All right, well, I think I'll see you next Monday, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we're good for Monday.
We're both good for next Monday, so...
Shell yeah.
I will see you next Monday, and I reminded us that we need to catch an eel and a catfish next time it rains, so...
Perfect.
There we go.
Yay! Love you, bestie. Love you, Rumi. Thanks for making the farm look so pretty. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for giving me trash.
You're welcome. And listen, I only gave it to you because you were like recycled treasure, and I figured you could do something really cool with the trash.
Aww. Well, I found us a trash catalog, and I feel like our life has changed for the better. So,
truly and honestly. Especially those floor pants.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where those came from.
No,
definitely not the trash can.
No.
Ooh.
Have a good night, sweetheart. All right, bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Oh my god, y'all, I love Shella so much. Why is she gotta be such a good? Oh my god. What's a vampire's least favorite day? Sunday. Icarus, I want you to think about the things that you just said and how we got here together. Thank you so much for the follows. Was saying how Dabney loves occults. Apparently that's not allowed to be spread, but she can't delete it here. I mean, I also love occults. I don't know. Listen, I grew up with Twilight, and I feel like I never really left that. I just got into different fandoms that built off of Twilight. I cannot be alone here, okay? I cannot be alone here. You forgot Stardew Valley. Did I? Did I actually put that on there? Is Stardew Valley listed? Yeah, I was like, in our games list, is it listed? All right, pals, that's it for me today. What is on the docket for this week? Let's review one more time before we end stream. Tomorrow, early stream. If you missed it at the beginning of stream or in the Discord, we're starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And we're going to have Palia drops an hour into stream. We're trying to do a long day tomorrow. I'm trying to go and be live between 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern for like a nice 8-hour day. And we'll figure out what we're doing in Palia. I might have some people play with us. I might just, I don't know, try and do my temple bundles. Wednesday, no stream. On Thursday, we'll do some solo Stardew on my farm in our save. And on Friday, we're going to be doing some more Stardew solo and Garden Life Simulator and giveaways. They gave me a couple of keys to give away to you as well. So I'm really stoked for that. Lizzie, did you scream? Get in my DMs, babe. Also, I think you're already in the Discord, but like there's a whole Fourth Wing area. Well, no, there's an Iron Flame area. If you posted in spoilers in book club, people would love to hear about it and gush with you because we were all losing our collective minds when we finished it. Thanks for being here, y'all. I mean it. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the lurks. Thanks for being here. I had such a lovely, lovely day with you all. And I hope that you have a great evening. Make sure to eat something and make sure to take some time for yourself today. Whether that is playing a video game, reading a book, watching your favorite TV show. Take a step back. Be happy that you made it through another day, because I'm happy that you did too. We both did. We made it! On to tomorrow, besties! Be good and kind to yourselves and each other, and I will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, early in the morning with a whole bunch of coffee. See you then. Bye! Bye, Willie, Golden, Spectral. Thank you so much for being here. Field Snack, SMG, Lizzie, Fairwitch, thank you for hanging out with us. Nicole, Icarus, thank you so much. Thanks again for all the raids today, everybody. It's really stinking kind of you. Eric, Jackie, Coupon Nut D, everybody take care. See you then.